have no idea where this will lead us, but I have a definite feeling it will be a place both wonderful and strange.
Hello, and welcome to the wonderful and strange Twin Peaks Logcast. I'm Kalil, and with me today is the spice to my space worm.
Your spice, you say?
You are the spice, I am the worm.
That sucks. That genuinely sucks.
We are one and the same. The worm is the spice is the worm.
I'm pretty sure that the worm is attracted to the spice and devours things that include the spice. So clearly the sentient entity, the great-grandfather, if you will, that is going after the spice and devouring it whole. Kalil, what do you want done with the Unplugged Professor here?
Also, my bile grants wisdom.
Your bile grants wisdom.
Yes.
How's that going for you?
I don't know. It's not causing me wisdom. It gives other people wisdom. You have to ask the last person who had my bile.
But you constantly have your bile. I see no sense in
the fact...
So
is this worm, like, in Dune, the most intelligent thing? Like, does it just know all by constantly being the bile?
So this is a good time as any to bring up the fact that, hey,
Who are you? Who are you?
I mentioned myself. I'm the Unplugged Professor.
Oh, I didn't. Maybe you did. So we're talking about Dune.
We're going to be talking about Dune, and for the question that you brought up, and going forward with any of this, hey guys, how's it going? How are you? How are you? How is the person adjacent, or pet, or bookshelf adjacent to you? How are you guys? Just to let you know, we are going to have some spoilers for not only Dune from 1984, from David Lynch. Not only will we have a little bit of spoilage from, well, the book, because it was a book at one point.
And the professor's read the book.
I have read the book a time ago, but still enough Still enough to keep a good memory with, still enjoyed it.
Mm-hmm.
And actually, since, hey, 'tis the season, we also have Dune in theaters 2021, which we'll likely be talking about as well. There's going to be a lot of Dune talk in this Dune podcast. So if you're hoping to check out Dune, well, 2 out of 3 of those Dunes can be featured
currently on HBO Max, depending on when you're listening to this.
The movies themselves, or just people that just want to cancel their subscriptions just because it's no longer time?
Probably the movies. I think HBO Max at this point has sunk their teeth into people. They've got me hooked, so we'll see what happens.
Oh no, Kalil.
And I do want to offer a slight correction here, Professor. And we are definitely going to talk about the new Dune. No maybes, no buts, but definitely sandworms.
I might give up halfway through the podcast, Kalil. I don't want to promise things that I don't know will happen or not.
But we will not spoil directly the new 2021 Denis Villeneuve version until the end, and we'll give you a little warning before we do that.
Oh, excellent. I hope I'm being warned, because I'm still recovering a little bit from the movie.
And I don't know for sure how much we'll get into it, but just forewarning, we also may spoil anything from Twin Peaks seasons 1 and 2, Fire Walk with Me, or any David Lynch film before Dune, including some of the short films. And some of the short films afterward, just the short films in general. And
the season 3 of Avatar.
But not the season 3 of Twin Peaks known as The Return. We're still on our way toward that. And one of the reasons I wanted to do all these David Lynch films, aside from the fact that I just really like them and want to show the professor them, is because I think to get a good grasp on The Return for a first-time viewer like the professor, it'll be good to get an idea of what Lynch is like. And Dune occupies a very strange space in Lynch's filmography.
Would you call it wonderful?
I would just call it strange. I mean, it's wonderful in the sense that it definitely has a cult classic reputation for a lot of people.
Really?
Oh yeah, it's got a cult following. However, like commercially and critically at the time, like super bomb. Not good.
I will say one thing. When I did go to the movie theater to see Dune 2021, there was a man who helped me out with concessions because I was completely lost inside of it. And we actually ended up talking as soon as I walked out of that trap of a maze. But the biggest question on his mind was whether or not it was faithful to the David Lynch film.
That's really interesting. We'll answer whether or not it was when we get to the new one, but that is a really interesting way of looking at it.
Yeah, instead of like obviously with the book, but it's pretty strange, I would say. Not
Is it
sure about the
Wonderful?
Wonderful. I'm not sure if it's a Wonderful. Just to even kind of see that sort of momentum from a person. Now, again, this was a singular person,
Right.
but then again, you also said that there's a cult following. How many people might want to see something faithful redone with this film?
And speaking of theaters and theatrical experiences, I have a correction for our Eraserhead podcast from last time.
Oh, corrections. You mean like the theater was supposed to be cut out? It's supposed to be gone.
No.
Yes.
But
Yes.
someone I thought would be gone but came back was an actor. I said erroneously last time that no actor, as far as I knew, in The Elephant Man would get recast in a David Lynch film, because you had asked me. You had turned to me as someone who supposedly knows things.
I trusted you.
And I failed
I gave
you.
you full trust.
Now, just like, speaking of trust, the actor was the one for Bites, the character we trusted most from The Elephant Man, Mr. Freddie Jones.
Okay.
He was recast in, of all things, Dune. So I immediately was like, oh, someone was recast
So you
in the
were
very next movie.
Immediately wrong.
Immediately wrong. And that would be Freddie Jones again as Thufir, the guy who trains the people, the Kyle MacLachlans.
Yes.
And apparently there's a little bit of a story behind that Lynch had to go against much resistance to get this guy cast, because Dino De Laurentiis, the guy who run the production studio for this, right?
Yes.
He did not want to have him there. He actually planned to fire Jones. I don't know exactly why, but he only managed to change his mind after Lynch pushed and pushed and pushed, and then saw Jones's experience on the dailies, the first dailies, like the first, performances of it.
Yes.
And went so far as to apologize to Jones personally for being so skeptical and obviously keeping him in the film. And then also not recast, but almost recast, Sir John Hurt was offered the part of Dr. Yue.
Oh.
So offered, he just refused.
Okay.
So yeah, anyway, I was wrong right away.
Was there any specific reason for declining Dr. Yue? Or?
Not that I found in my research. Speaking of my research, by the way, sources for this episode: IMDb, Wikipedia, the Dune Wiki, Mel Magazine, Screen Rant, and IndieWire. So there's a rather exhaustive amount of research one could feasibly do about the history of Dune, not only as a book, but as an attempt at film, because Lynch's version is obviously not the only time it's been done. We've seen one done more recently, but there are also attempts before Lynch to make that into a movie. Okay. So one of the earliest, at least, I could find was that Sir David Lean, the director who made Lawrence of Arabia, had been offered to direct the film.
Okay.
And fittingly, Lawrence of Arabia from 1962 was actually an inspiration for the original Dune novel. So it kind of went full circle if we would have had the same director. But he turned it down.
Instead, it's a half circle. It's practically a boat.
Speaking of boats, Alejandro Jodorowsky, hope I said that right, had originally planned on filming Dune in the early 70s. Now, Jodorowsky, I haven't seen any of his films yet. He makes very, very strange, surrealist nightmare films. I don't know if they're nightmare in the sense of Lynch's creepiness, but they're wild. They're art pieces, right?
Okay.
And there's a whole documentary about it called Jodorowsky's Dune. It's a 2013 documentary. And apparently he set out to make a, quote, world-changing prophet of cinema, which would have brought together a lot of different talents. Some of the ones that I thought were interesting, it would bring together Mobius and H.R. Giger to design an unprecedented visual style, and Salvador Dali would play the Emperor, and Orson Welles would play the Baron. So Dali being the Emperor, I think, tells you a lot about the ethos of what this movie would have been, right? That's the world we're creating. And then, of course, there's, the full circle idea of Giger. We mentioned Giger with context of Eraserhead, and the whole element in which Giger has been accused supposedly by Lynch of copying him in the first place. Mm-hmm. There's a lot of weird stuff going on with Giger and Lynch over the years, I think. The soundtrack to Jodorowsky's version would have been done by Pink Floyd as well, adding to the more, again, open to interpretation dream element of it. Mm-hmm. And of course, instead, we actually got in the Lynch version, Toto, with Brian Eno also helping out in the soundtrack. So Lynch's version did have a, rock group, just not Pink Floyd specifically.
I know all these bands. I know all their music. I know the songs. I know the sing-songs. Do you at least know
Pink Floyd's kind of music?
They sing like the...
like Us and Them, Time, Money, none of those? Okay. So nope. Pink Floyd is known, like Dark Side of the Moon. Dark Side of the Moon, you've really seen the album design, right? The diamond pyramid, the pyramid and light refracting.
Oh, I've seen that T-shirt.
It's a very popular T-shirt. Anyway, Pink Floyd is kind of like that stoner rock sort of mentality. It's very much trying to go experimental. It's a lot of times very ephemeral and ethereal, and words that I'm probably going to get yelled at for actual Pink Floyd fans listen to this.
Yes.
But they have a rather, I think, fitting sound if you're going to have Dali Emperor World is all I'm getting at. More information about Jodorowsky's screenplay, from what we can gather, reportedly it was as big as a phone book, the screenplay. Runtime would easily exceed 12 hours. Jodorowsky's Dune was going to be at least 12 hours. This, as well as his request for a budget of $15 million, and this at a time when $5 million was like normal, right?
Yep.
American studios, for some reason, didn't want to make this experimental weird thing that would cost $1 bajillion and be 12 hours long. Jodorowsky also planned on making numerous changes to the source material, and some fun ones here, by the way, would have been making Duke Leto an eunuch from a bullfighting incident. Paul would be conceived with a drop of his blood, and the spice was also a sentient blue sponge. Although author Frank Herbert had met with Jodorowsky and described their contact as amicable, he openly despised these concepts.
So
I wish I could see sponge spice.
So is it that the planet is covered in sponges? Is it like a
we'll
singular
never know.
sponge
We'll have to watch
in
the
which we
documentary.
just press into our foreheads and that is how we get the highs? Is it the fact that like we can space travel via sponge?
It's who knows? We'll never know. We haven't seen it yet.
Now, it's sentient. So for the blue sponge to be sentient and also have that, how, like, is it something in which like it just actively does on a whim? Or is it something in which like you have to like ask for consent first, like talk to it, like maybe take it out for a couple dates, you know, and just like really get to know it before saying like, you know what, I'm ready to fly through space with you, blue sponge.
Sponge wants to go steady on the first few dates before taking anything more serious direction. So Jodorowsky also apparently was disappointed and jealous when he learned that David Lynch was making Dune, as supposedly he believed that Lynch was the only other director actually capable of doing the justice to the novel. So he was kind of jealous in the sense of like, dang, he chose the other guy who could probably do this thing. At first, Jodorowsky refused to see the movie, but his sons dragged him to go see it. As the movie unfolded, Jodorowsky says he became very happy, seeing that it was a failure. And failure is the quoted terminology here. This is mostly from the documentary, also I think cited on IMDb, I believe is where I found that part. Now, so that's Jodorowsky.
Yes.
We're 2 directors down. One, I don't know why the Lawrence of Arabia one, he just didn't want to do it. Jodorowsky got, for some reason, denied his 12-hour magnum opus Dali masterpiece. Sir Ridley Scott was the third one.
But
now,
before we go on to Ridley Scott, I do want to make a note on Jodorowsky's proposal, like 12-hour proposal.
Yes.
I think that it's I think it's a proper proposal, but not for the case that of a movie.
Right.
Like when we're considering like Dune, like the sheer size of Dune.
Because there was a Dune series like in the late 90s and the early 2000s.
There's a series that was first handled by one person, then the son took over. But regardless, Dune is still a lengthy book.
Right.
It's got a lot of details. It has a lot of fun with all the characters and all the individuals that impact each other's lives, and then goes into the thought lengths. And I'm thinking to myself, like, imagine if someone tried to put Game of Thrones, for example, into a singular 2-hour space. With all the characters and with all the things going on,
right,
one could consider it a bit of a mess.
Right.
So I kind of agree with the sentiment of something being 12 hours, but not necessarily a movie. I think that...
I mean, some people consider David Lynch's The Return an 18-part movie, an 18-hour movie almost.
I don't know how.
I mean, you can't comment. You haven't seen it yet, but some people will definitely argue that is a movie split into 18 parts.
That's fine. If that somehow works for you, fantastic.
Fantastic.
I cannot stay conscious for that long. For
you know
no
who else
offense.
Couldn't stay conscious? The people who had chest bursters inside of them in Ridley Scott's movies, Alien.
Oh, they're dead.
They're dead. They don't stay conscious. So Ridley Scott, Sir Ridley Scott, was for a while going to be the director. And, as fate would have it, had brought on H.R. Giger as production designer, like how Jodorowsky had intended. And Giger had just recently worked with Ridley Scott on Aliens. This would have been after Alien. before Aliens. And Ridley Scott left the production after his older brother passed away very suddenly. Very unfortunate situation. Now, Scott wanted to start working as soon as possible, but Dune would have taken far too long to reach production. So he left the project in favor of a different science fiction adaptation from a beloved book. In this case, Blade Runner. So just as David Lynch turned down Star Wars and ended up doing Dune, and fate would have that go as it may, Ridley Scott did Blade Runner partly as a result of not being able to do Dune, and Blade Runner became what it is. And I love Blade Runner, so I'm happy about the circumstance. And then also, again, because everything rhymes, it's all poetry, the sequel to Blade Runner, the movie that Ridley Scott directed, Ridley Scott who almost directed Dune, the sequel, Blade Runner 2049, was directed by Denis Villeneuve, who is the director of the new Dune.
I feel like
it's all connected.
There must be like some sort of secret meeting that we're not privy to.
It's the spice.
It's
the
spice.
Sentient blue sponge spice.
They need to get together to get the spice.
Which brings us to David Lynch. After numerous attempts to find a director, we have this guy who made a few experimental short films while at the AFI, who made Eraserhead by living in the studio for like 5 years and spending all of his money he got from work and having Catherine Coulson make them food all the time. And then he made The Elephant Man, a movie that did commercially pretty successful. Mel Brooks was involved and everyone was generally okay with it. Won a few awards, got nominated for a few awards, and he gets handed to him the opportunity for Dune. At this point, Dune had been in a 9-year struggle to just find a director. The rights were set to expire. Now, De Laurentiis was able to renegotiate the rights from the author if they added to the rights the Dune sequels, both written and, at that time, unwritten sequels. So the plan would have been to continue making Dune films after this, according to the agreement that they had portrayed. I mentioned before, and I'll say it again in case the listeners just jumping in, David Lynch at this around the same time had been offered to direct Return of the Jedi, the third Star Wars movie, which he declined. And the quote I have on that is that David Lynch said Star Wars was, quote, George Lucas's thing, not my thing. Now, Lynch agreed to direct Dune and write the screenplay, though he had not read the book. He did not know the story, and in his own admission, had never been interested in science fiction at all. Good signs, right?
All good signs.
All good signs.
All good signs lead to good.
Now, the Star Wars thing becomes more relevant here because not only was Dune itself as a novel very influential on George Lucas and making Star Wars, you can see trace elements of Dune like in Star Wars, but the producers behind the 1984 David Lynch version thought that they were making, with Dune, a Star Wars for grown-ups. That is what I've read in my research.
Star Wars for grown-ups.
Star Wars for grown-ups. And whatever you interpret that to mean, I find that phrasing very interesting. And weirdly enough, when I was doing research for this, I was seeing Villeneuve and cast members and news media using the same terminology now, calling this Star Wars for grown-ups. When I was just Googling the phrase Star Wars for grown-ups, it pops up Dune things with the new Dune all over the place. And I think there's an interesting debate to be had over what is Star Wars for grown-ups? Is Star Wars not for grown-ups already? Did one of them do more grown-up than the other? And I think that's a conversation we can't fully get into until we bring in Villeneuve's version. But let that linger in the background that their goal with David Lynch's was Star Wars for grown-ups, and let that be a metric in your mind.
I mean, it seems to be one of those little encourage gatekeepy things.
I think
says that this is for all ages, but this one's for the older audience. This is for the ones that will be able to get all of the sophistication and all the details going on, not from what tiny, puny, primitive ape brain your children have. Put them back in their cages and let them swing their light sticks at each other. Now this, my block man, this is my magnum opus.
I think to read it charitably, Star Wars, the original trilogy, it is a series of family films, essentially. They are very simple archetypal stories. They are very basic mentor training the young space samurai warrior to go do space battles against evil bad guy. There's good and there's evil, light and dark, clear cut. Okay. Not to say there isn't nuance in Star Wars, but the original movies just on their own, children can get into them pretty easy. You show them 1984's Dune and you ask that child what they just saw, they're going to have some trouble comprehending it. Does that make it more grown up is debatable. But I think even just if I read their intentions charitably, they wanted to make a movie that had more complex plot lines, complex characters, and complex ideas than Star Wars.
No,
that's how I'm interpreting what they wanted.
Yeah.
Whether they succeeded, whether even complex equals grown up, again, debate can happen.
Debate can absolutely happen. I just personally despise the phrase for grown-ups. I think, again, there's like a sort of stance that you kind of hold above all others when you do say, no, this is specifically for blank. Like, for example, if we take something like Invincible, I call that adult animation. It's something that I might even hardly call it that. I think that it's something that recommend for more mature audiences. Mm-hmm. But regardless, it is a piece of work that if I
would also say it's not for kids though. But for the violence, like
I think that it's not for kids, but I don't call it the superhero show for grown-ups.
But at the same time, I think we both understand if someone called it that, what they mean and why they mean it. You just don't like necessarily the connotation of that.
Yes.
I think that there's a difference maybe between saying it's for grown-ups in the sense of a gatekeepy, only sophisticated individuals can understand this. The whole Rick and Morty meme, right? Only the truly enlightened will understand this show. Whereas I do think in a certain extent, no, I don't think that Invincible or Rick and Morty or Dune 1984 are made for children in the sense that I would not recommend these for a child. Dune less because it's graphic, more because I just don't know what a child would think is happening.
I don't know what a lot of people would think is happening.
I don't know if it's made for humans, is what I'm also getting at. Anyway, continuing here. David Lynch worked on this script for 6 months with Eric Bergen and Christopher DeVore. And the team yielded 2 drafts of the script before eventually they split over creative differences. And Lynch subsequently worked on 5 more additional drafts.
So
this movie has a history. Some differences that were noted here. The weirding module in the 1984 version was written into the movie to replace the Bene Gesserit martial art referred to by the Fremen as the weirding way. Lynch decided to use these modules because he thought that the idea of the weirding way was unworkable on film. And he did not want to see, quote, Kung Fu on dunes. I love the idea that Lynch thought, no, they can't do like martial arts in space. However, if we give them cool space blaster gun weapons we can fight practice droids with, and they can turn into Gumby with like cubes around them, that's going to be good.
Yeah, there's some... There's some positions in which I'm personally weirded out by.
The weirding way has weirded us out.
I'm pretty sure like the phrasing weirding way was also used in general, like with the book itself.
Well, weirding module was new. That's the new part. Yes.
Okay, so like
he moved the weirding module into there. They still mention I think the weirding way in the 84 version, but the weirding module is kind of a new thing.
So where did they get all these weirding modules?
I don't know.
Where did they come from?
We don't know.
Like, is it something that they just produce from like their torsos? Like if we see Kyle MacLachlan produce outwards his chest, suddenly like the modules will pop out so that people may use them.
Well, I assume the modules thing on his hand, like the little blaster thing he's shooting.
Yeah, but we see that going in, a lot of people have that.
Yeah.
Like, it seems like, teach us the way, and then he gives them all a piece of that weapon.
Maybe Amazon exists, and they just 2-day ship them over to Arrakis. Desert shipping, baby. Desert power. Upon completion, the rough cut, without post-production effects, ran over 4 hours long. This is the 84 Lynch version. David Lynch's intended cut, as reflected in the 7th and final draft of the script, was almost 3 hours long. So note it's almost 3 hours. So even David Lynch's, finished version, you can call it his director's cut if you want to think of it that way, would have been 2 hours and 40 minutes, 2 hours and 50 minutes, somewhere in there. Not much longer. An extra 40 minutes maybe longer than what we actually got. Maybe 30 minutes longer than what we actually got. However, of course, Universal Pictures and the movie's financiers expected a standard 2-hour cut of the movie so they could have more showings at the theater. Because they believed people were going to go see it at the theater. To reduce the runtime, Dino De Laurentiis and Raffaella De Laurentiis and David Lynch excised numerous scenes, and they filmed new scenes that would simplify or concentrate plot elements. They added the voiceover narrations and the new introduction from Virginia Madsen. And I feel like it's kind of obvious. Like, if you're looking at this movie knowing that they had to make cuts and simplify things, all the inner voice stuff, all of the weird, voiceovers that happen, some of the new scenes that feel very, okay, let's explain what happens now, guys. Those definitely feel like added in. They don't feel as organic. So I could kind of see where they got added in.
You want to know the funny part about that, Kalil?
Yeah.
The thing is that a lot of those like whispery moments, they're actually like thoughts that people would have inside the book, inside those moments. Like I don't imagine like these scenes, at the very least, the majority of the whispering scenes were because like other scenes were taken out, because how else were they to imply those moments? So I'm unsure about it. In fact, it also kind of bothers me because just imagine like if the thoughts in your head were in a whisper.
Are you telling me that yours aren't? Mine are always in whispers.
Kalil's face looks a little bit like a blue sponge.
It's true. My face does look like a blue sponge.
Like you see,
a sentient blue sponge.
It looks like I'm going to murder the blue sponge of your face.
Which
I'm not.
Sir Patrick Stewart has said in interviews that every cast member during this cut lost 2 scenes in the editing.
That's a lot.
That's a lot for every character.
Every character.
Side note, just as a random thing, when we're talking about David Lynch's involvement here, did you notice the small David Lynch cameo in the movie?
Yes, he was inside of the like little mine, if you will. Like
I feel like at this point you've seen his face enough and you've heard his voice enough that you probably realized it right away.
Gordon Cole, what are you doing here?
Do you think of him still as Gordon Cole more than Lynch?
Yeah.
That's great. So yeah, and I thought he did fine in his little cameo. But if you know Lynch, it's pretty obvious there.
I just wondered to myself then, since there's so many of these cutscenes, when are we going to get the missing sand pieces?
Well, David Lynch has disavowed this film significantly. He will not give us anything more. If we get anything else, it's probably going to be from like whoever owns the rights to these things, archival footage maybe being found. But Lynch himself is not going to deliver us a missing pieces anytime soon. Or ever, I should say.
You dang Judas Booth.
Put a pin in that one. Put a pin in Judas Booth.
Oh, no.
More background knowledge, by the way. I'm still going here.
You still going?
The suits worn by the guild members were body bags that were found in a disused fire station dating back to the early 1920s. The bags had actually been used several times. Something that was kept from the cast members until after the shooting was completed.
Genuinely, I'm surprised that they didn't realize it sooner, just looking at them.
Yep.
Like, there's points in which, like, the costuming in this looks nice. It looks a little futuristic. It looks a little off at times. But then you have, like, people literally walking in trash bags with their little super megaphone.
Actual body bags, actually used multiple times.
Neat.
The total number of production crew came to 1,700. The movie required 80 sets built on 16 sound stages. More than 6 years in the making, it required writer and director David Lynch's work for 3.5 years. 200 workers spent 2 months hand-clearing the 3 square miles of Mexican desert for the location shooting. And some of the special effects were filmed with over 1 million watts of lighting, drawing 11,000 amps. That's a lot of amps.
That's just a lot of
electricity. Maybe all the electricity stuff is just David Lynch saying how bad Dune was and how much electricity it used being bad. So that is all the context I have as far as the making of the movie and the versions before Lynch and Lynch's intentions and everything like that. There is way more that is out there, but I feel like I gave you the tip of the iceberg, and if you want to plunge yourself further, go watch Jodorowsky's Dune. Go do your own research if you want. That is just some of it. Do you have any specific reactions or thoughts hearing all these things? Anything that caught your attention with the context of this movie being made?
Yeah, no, it just seems like Dune was a behemoth. It's as big as the sandworm that lurks beneath the surface, if you will, and only so many people could actually try to grasp it. And even then, the landing may have not been so great.
It's like a Tower of Babel affront to God. It had to fall. It had to fall. Super ambitious, but also like the thing that struck me is just when we talk about it being a commercial failure or a critical failure, it's not like David Lynch just did, oops, I made a bad movie, LOL. Like, it's not like one person just made a simple mistake and then it all got derailed.
Yeah.
This thing cost so much money and so many resources and even more, like the amount of time that went into it, that there's just, again, you could do so much just talking about why this thing went the way it did. And we're going to save our overall opinions on whether we like the movie or not till the end. But even just from the sense of like it being considered a failure by popular consensus, what a fascinating like trash fire of a film in terms of its production.
Mm-hmm. It is most certainly wild, and I'm just kind of curious just because of all the resources that went into it. Just imagine the resources that would have been in the 12-hour version. Hey, maybe somehow it could have been less resources.
Maybe. I don't know. And again, they were planning to make like more. Like, you know, Lynch would have probably been like if this would have succeeded, Lynch probably would have been brought on to make more Dunes, probably based on the other books in the series. Similarly paced, probably, like each of them being about 2 hours, maybe 10 minutes, 2 hours, 10 minutes, who knows?
Yep, you know, there's going to be like just continuing.
Imagine a world we lived in where they had multiple of these.
It's just going to be like sequels, you know, of like what happens after like Paul does his thing, a prequel to say where the pug came from, all the important questions we have for this film.
Another thing also for listeners who've been with us a while or even new listeners, we oftentimes, we're talking about a movie or like an episode, we try not to go like chronological and list everything that happened in the order. Dune is a special case. I think Inland Empire might be a special case later, where just understanding what happens is something we have to cover. So we are going to go through it pretty much in order right now and just explain what's going on and react as we go through. Join us.
You could literally watch the movie alongside with us.
Yeah, consider this the commentary.
Yep.
So we open up, like, again, very Star Wars looking, but not like old Star Wars, like prequel trilogy Padme looking. Like the way that we have the woman appearing here and speaking, she looks like she's like Padme.
So, Kalil.
Yes.
I don't know whether you know this, but stars exist outside of Star Wars. And
no, I mean the way that she looks, her hair.
The way that she looks, like the way that her hair, like how many people do you know that has her hair?
Padme. Anyway, yes.
That's the one. That's
also,
the one Star Wars.
I think it's
interesting.
interesting.
Or the one haircut every single character from Star Wars has.
Including Chewbacca.
The Padme.
I think it's just also really interesting that Star Wars is, you know, beginning in a galaxy far, far away, just like a long time ago. Like generally, just a long time ago. And how all of Star Wars is a long time ago, including the stuff that happened like way before the old movies and after still always a long time ago. Very vague. Dune, it's specifically the year 10,191.
Yes.
We know what, and I like how that, to me, that's a kind of a good like microcosm of the difference between Star Wars. Star Wars, the movies, don't usually care about the specifics of time. Maybe the books do. The comics and books might care about that stuff, but the movies are just like, yeah, you're not here for that. You're here for lightsabers go boom boom. So it doesn't really matter. But Dune is like, we know that you have a specific interest in the year 10,191. That still means nothing to me. Like I guess it's from our timeline. It's us in the future. Like 8,000 years, I guess, but it doesn't, it's so far in the future, it doesn't really mean that much
yet. It is far in the future, but remember, this was like a larger planned like series. This was like a means of an actual world, grounding it with a year and then trying to expand either before or after it. It really leans into the more fantasy form of science fiction, in which you're able to throw yourself into this world by making sure that you do understand the places, the things, the time. So I do think that there's a successful end with this.
Oh, I don't think it's bad. I just think it's interesting, the difference.
I will also bring up, I'm going to be talking about the book as we kind of go through here. And there's two things I want to bring up. One, a lot of the scenes are actually pretty close to the book itself. There's large differences. There's certain things that aren't added to the film, especially for the sake of time.
How many pugs were in the book?
None.
None?
Not a single one. No.
That sounds like a not good book.
It sounds like a pretty good book that needs no pugs. But I'll bring up the bigger ones that kind of makes me itch. But I also do feel that there could be a potential fault with, say, for example, being this close. And I'll get into that later. Like, put my pin in that. I'm actually going to put a pin on the board, Kalil. That's my pin. It's big and shiny.
I don't think you have any room left. After how many pins we've already put in, you will be running out of room on the board.
I want my pin up there. Let me have one.
Okay.
Let me have one. But yes. Secondly, the princess to the emperor.
Yeah.
She actually is featured through the book chapter by chapter or section by section. I can't remember how the frequency is, but she is the main sort of context giver that sort of like tells us, hey, this is how things are.
Exposition dump.
She's the exposition gnome, basically. She gives off bits and pieces of information for us to either refer to later, or if it is a way of giving an insight of her perspective on it. Because for the most part, she's looking into Muad'Dib entirely. In fact, Muad'Dib is brought up pretty early in the book before it's actually like given context even. So instances like this, again, something that I feel is being adapted for the sake of like how it's been done in the book.
So we get the year, and then immediately the next thing we get is who is ruling, and it's the Padishah Emperor Shaddam IV.
Yes.
I think it's interesting that the first thing we get not only is the time period, but the sense of who has the power, which I think works. I think that makes sense for what Dune is like interested in as a story, from what I can gather of it. The status quo of who is in charge and who has the weight of control, that is probably one of the most important things to know right off the bat.
Okay.
So I think that's just an interesting like tone setter. Like imagine you went to a new place and your friend is, just the first thing they tell you about this place. Oh, by the way, did you know that the mayor of this town is named Billy? Like that's the first thing you know. It's like, okay, this Billy's a pretty big deal. Like I got to know right off the bat, this guy's in charge. Then we get to the fact that it's our father. We get to the most precious thing in all of the galaxy universe is spice, melange, which extends life and expands consciousness and can fold time to go for space travel.
Yeah, ain't that funny.
And she brings up, just kind of again in this exposition passing, that the Spicing Guild for over 4,000 years has been using this spice, and there's been some mutating going on with that. And they can use this to travel to any part of the universe without like moving. Also, I like how as she does this, she'll sometimes disappear and there'll just be the stars, and then she'll like pop back in and say, oh yeah, I forgot to mention something, and reappears, and then she's like, oh, by the way, the spice is only on one planet, and it's Arrakis over here, and they have these people called the Fremen, and they have a prophecy of a Messiah. And then we get the planet, Dune, title card. We got the music. Toto is making their music. I know you don't know the band very well.
I do not.
Toto's main song is Africa.
Cool.
Like a Bless the Rains down in Africa?
Get the needs.
You know that song, right?
I think so. It's like do 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 do.
We're going to get copyright struck for that one.
It's
so
all 5 notes.
It's fine. But no, they did that music. I actually thought the combination of Brian Eno and Toto works for the soundtrack. I thought it was good.
Oh.
Generally good soundtrack.
Nice.
Can I say that now? I know it's our general thoughts, but we don't talk about the music that much probably.
No, that's great. I'm glad that you enjoyed it because I forgot all of it.
I think it works in the moment.
I think that it's something that probably happens in a moment.
Okay. We then get a secret report because we need more exposition at the beginning. The 4 planets that could jeopardize the spice operations. We get planet Arrakis. Okay, we know that's where the spice comes from. We get planet Caladan, which is where we meet House Atreides. Planet Giedi Prime, which is House Harkonnen, and planet Khitan, home of the Emperor of the known universe. So these places do matter. Although planet Khitan, do they even go to that in the movie? We see the Emperor in like a ship. Will we ever go to that planet? I don't think.
It's just so that we know that's there. It's comforting to know that.
I feel like they could have just done the first 3 and I would have got it. I don't know if they need to go through the 4th one. Because the 4th one, I can't remember 4 planets. That's too much to expect.
But still, the 4th planet is like there's people from that planet.
I'm sure there are.
Hey,
you should mention 10 more while you're at it.
No,
keep
because
mentioning planets.
Because these are the ones that can affect it. All those other planets don't matter, but these ones matter.
That's fair. That is completely fair. And I like the font, by the way. It's like a nice Century Gothic style font, very like Kubrick, very 2001: A Space Odyssey, maybe.
Yeah, and it definitely is words that is implying that these are places.
And they're sending someone to check on the situation for the spice must flow.
The spice must flow.
Giving just kind of an overview of this section, a lot of exposition, a lot of information dumped on you.
Okay.
It matters. It does generally matter. The majority of this, like, if you understand the spice is important, It allows for these creatures to space travel. It's on Arrakis. These other 2 planets with the House Atreides and House Harkonnen, they could cause a problem, and the Emperor's involved too. If you get that, if you are able to understand that in the first 5 minutes it's blasted at you, it'll make the rest of the movie all make sense. Because really, they just gave you 80% of the plot. They really just did. I just think that it happens so fast that people are just getting in their seats and with their popcorn in the theater or snuggling up in their Snuggie at home. Not sponsored, but please sponsor. They're sitting over there, and it's just a lot at the beginning.
Okay.
When I first watched Dune years and years and years ago, I watched it when I was binging all the David Lynch films. This is one I just didn't get. I watched it. I wasn't paying 100% attention.
Okay.
I didn't know what was happening most of the time. And when I take the notes, when I'm just sitting here and actually focusing on it, the plot here isn't complicated.
It's not.
It's just cluttered.
It is very cluttered.
And so just talking about that beginning, would you agree the beginning exposition's not very effective in the Lynch version?
The beginning exposition, it's effective in the ways of setting things up, but it's very much not in the way that one would expect with how they're presenting it in film. When you show people these planets and you bring up their absolute importance, the exposition portion is important and can be taken for people to dive deeper, sure. But for those who are going through the movie experience, sitting back and just sort of taking it all in, it's very cluttered. It is very sort of almost I'll call it lumpy.
And we're going in with an advantage because you've read the book.
Yes.
And I've seen all the David Lynch films.
Yes.
And we're both taking notes and looking at this in depth for a podcast.
Yes.
This is not a casual viewing.
Nope.
If you just went into this because I like Star Wars, and then they go in the theater to see this, that's very different from how Star Wars does the scrolling text on the screen. Star Wars does give you exposition at the beginning, but it's usually pretty broad strokes, and also they're going to make it clear throughout the whole movie.
Yeah.
I find it much smoother. I'm not saying every wall scroll of Star Wars is successful. I still find Rise of Skywalker is very funny, how it just dumps major information in the scrolling text. But most Star Wars movies, the original movies included, they handled it a bit better. And I think we have to compare this to Star Wars a certain amount. It was begging to be compared. After all, it is Star Wars for grown-ups. So, it wouldn't be Star Wars for grown-ups without an emperor. I don't know if he's necessarily evil, but he's at least a medium-sized nuisance in this movie. He is an obstacle of some kind. The Padishah Emperor Shaddam the Fourth. By the way, his actor is Jose Ferrer, and that is the father of Miguel Ferrer, who you would remember as Albert Rosenfeld.
Oh.
Yeah, Albert's actor's dad.
Oh.
Yeah, is the emperor.
Ah.
Yeah. So we get the scene with I really like the palace design, actually. It's a pretty strong and bold, first interior area. It's very ornate, very shimmery.
The interior design goes a long way.
We're not talking about the outside of these ships. We're talking about the interior of,
The exterior, the outside?
I think his was fine. It wasn't a screwdriver bolts like the other ones were. This one was fine. But yeah, I actually like the Golden Palace, the big old gates. Everything looks cool. And then all of a sudden there's this steamy train car that enters. Steamy in the sense that there's steam, not because it's sexy. Although, what's inside the train, maybe, depending on what you think is attractive.
Nope.
Because we get this cool alien, big brain, wrinkly face. I put hotboxing behind the glass. I put vaginal mouth, which I never thought I'd have to write down for notes in a podcast, but I did have to write that down.
Vaginal mouth?
And the eyes are moving, which I think is kind of cool. It to me, it strikes that balance where, and this is, I think, I don't know if it's necessarily nostalgia, but I am definitely prone to liking very fun designs for physical props, physical puppetry, costumes, things that I could just imagine running into at a Disney World, but Disney World in space in nightmares. And I really enjoy this thing. And the eye movement is enough to communicate that it's alive. I'm willing to buy into the fiction of it. I like the alien creature.
I think that especially in this post-Eraserhead world that we have, not only is this just the obvious evolution for Ugly Baby.
Yes.
But
that's why I had to kill it before it became too strong.
Exactly. But I do think that there is I love the tangible nature of some of these practical effects, where you can actually like physically see this sort of
You could reach out
move.
and just, if you broke that glass, you could reach out and touch its slimy body.
Suspension of disbelief is only in the pacing of it, but at the same time, the irregularity of movement only kind of adds to the almost fear factor.
I agree. It's a
of
little
this
uncanny.
creature. It's a lung canny.
Yes. And it clearly has like power in the situation. I don't know if when I was watching, even taking notes, I'm not really sure what it is. I get the sense this is the Spacing Guild. This is the creatures that have been mutated by spice to fold space. Were they human before? I don't know what this thing is when I'm looking at it. Is it in the book?
It's the blue sponge. That's one thing that I was having an issue with on what this creature was or what this creature was to be interpreted.
I know the spice mutates people, but that's a mutation.
So the spice is something that it does, in fact, change people. But I'm unsure about that stake because, well, clearly on Arrakis, you'd imagine more Harkonnens and Fremens to be, you know, more waterberry.
It's waterberry. It's a very tardigradian, yeah. I like that. Waterberry tardigradian. And it has power over the Emperor. We know that. Like the Emperor is the Emperor of the known universe, but like the Illuminati shadow power here is the Spacing Guild. And quoting here, "You are transparent. I see many things. I see plans within plans. I see two great houses, House Atreides, House Harkonnen feuding. I see you behind it. You must share with us." So again, reestablishing the importance of House Atreides, House Harkonnen, and the Emperor's weird role that he's trying to pin both sides. And the Emperor, again, he has to say, so he does pretty much come clean here, that he feels worried because House Atreides is building an army, and this sound technology they have, he just doesn't understand it. And we also know that this Duke Leto, is like actually pretty popular. He could threaten the Emperor's rule. So we got to put a kibosh to House Atreides. We got to stop them. Now, what's the best way to get a House Atreides? Well, have some other house that's known for being like, I don't know, warmongering. Just, you know, smush them. Just have the House Harkonnen smush them. So they create the artificial like problem of kicking out Harkonnen from the spice mining, which they've made a lot of money on.
Yeah.
And putting House Atreides in there. So House Harkonnen can then go get it back and destroy House Atreides, have like a cover to do so, while secretly the Baron and the Emperor are in on this.
Not to mention there's also the other sort of like political chess that goes through because the armies that do sort of like get involved are part of the royal army that is being hired off by the Harkonnens. So there's also money being traded hands, which is likely going straight back to the Emperor. This is so much of a tie to one side, like lose-lose situation for everyone else.
Yeah, and I also do like the element here that, again, if we're going to praise the elements that are trying to be maybe a bit more complex than what you typically see in Star Wars, there is a galactic war, there is conflict, but instead of it being the clear Emperor bad guy and the clear rebel good guy,
for the most part,
I'm not done yet. There is definitely like comical evil happening here, but there is at least the nuance that there's power within power. That it isn't just like one bad guy controls everything. It's the barbarian weirdos of House Harkonnen are also being kind of worked in with the Emperor's grand schemings, but also the Emperor has to bow down to these Spacing Guild people. There is like within, and there's also like the Bene Gesserits that are also at play here, manipulating. There's a lot of manipulation, double play, sort of pushing people to different sides, which I think is a bit more interesting in terms of its scheming.
It's the sort of like tight balance of making sure that everyone is either happy or everyone is doing what is necessary.
I do wish the evil was more nuanced in the sense of it not being so hitting you over the head at times.
What do you mean, Kalil?
I don't know.
What do you mean?
The morally ambiguous character of the Baron, right? I will at least say that the Emperor here doesn't seem like totally awful. He just seems like a guy who wants to maintain power. We don't really know what he's like. We don't know for sure. He clearly is willing to like get people killed at unnecessary wars just out of fear of losing power, which doesn't put him in a good light off the bat. But I don't get like mwahaha rubbing hands, staring into the void of evil, becoming god of the new world sort of vibes.
For now.
Also, Spacing Guild dude in Hotbox. is saying, I also, by the BT dubs, got a problem with this guy named Paul Atreides. and Emperor's like, you mean Duke Leto, like his father? And he's like, no, I mean Paul. And this is where we get to the idea. I find it comical. Paul. Like, that's the dangerous name we got, Paul. And we I'm not going to let it be known. We're going to get to a character named Duncan Idaho. Duncan Idaho, at the very least, is not the main threat messiah of the universe. Paul is. Paul! It's such a, just normal name.
Watch the counter, Paul.
We're now heading over to House Atreides. Getting their perspective here. Over this, we get the narration from Princess Irulan, giving more exposition. Yep. The subtitles tell me it's Princess Irulan, so I'm going to go with that.
Yep, that's the case. She's between the pages, and now she's between the scenes.
We're told about the powerful Bene Gesserit sisterhood. And we're really told about them before we've fully seen them. We did see one of the sisters with the Emperor kind of pulling some strings from, again, behind the scenes here. But we didn't really know what she is. And I don't know if I was able to, if I didn't do notes with this, I don't know if I would have been able to fully connect, that lady from the previous scene is one of them. I can in retrospect, but I don't think I really could have done it at the moment. So the Bene Gesserit sisterhood has for 90 generations. That's a long time. Been manipulating the bloodlines to produce a super being, an Ubermensch of sorts. And I'm going to say this name wrong. The Kisatz Haderach.
You're pretty close.
Thanks.
No.
I'm sorry if I mispronounced it.
They are preparing more than anything. The biggest rule when it comes towards them is that you are not allowed to bear any sons.
Yeah, it's got to be all planned out by the group.
Yeah, it's got to be planned out. It's got to be agreed upon because there has to be, I'd imagine a level of manipulation when it comes down to the birth of such a powerful being. Because this male being, is going to go far beyond these very, very powerful women.
There's some gender aspects here for sure.
Mm-hmm.
So to prevent this, Jessica, one of the Bene Gesserits, who is the concubine of Duke Leto Atreides, the Duke. She had been told specifically, don't have any sons, have daughters. But Duke Leto Atreides really wanted a son. And so she disobeyed, and we got Paul. Now we get to meet Paul. This is the theatrical debut of Kyle MacLachlan. The first time this actor has ever been in a movie. He plays Paul Atreides, plays the leading role. I don't know if he was involved much in theater or local small-time things, but as far as major films, first major film appearance, first debut. What do you think of how Kyle MacLachlan did with this character?
At first, I was looking at him, I was I'm glad that they got almost Eric from that 70s show, and then he opened his mouth, and it was oh! Kyle!
You didn't recognize him at first?
No!
So that's our Agent Cooper.
That's our Agent Cooper.
Now, how much did it feel like Cooper to you? Did this feel like a different character, or the whole way through you were like, this is Cooper in space?
It's not even Cooper in space. This is a piece of plastic in space.
Okay.
This is like there'll be a little bit of folding and molding, but at the end of the day, it's just plastic.
So I have read some varying accounts in terms of criticism on this performance. I've seen people praise it as he shows a lot of love for his fellow people around him. He's kind of got a sparkle in his eye. He's got kind of that sort of wistful naivety at the beginning that then turns into a bit more hardened focus in the later part of the movie. That's the praise. Well, and clearly, I've also heard criticism that the performance feels very sleepy, very phoned in, very, like you said, plasticky maybe. And I'm not sure if I put words in your mouth there, but
no.
I've heard positives and negatives, and I'm curious. So do you lean on the negative side?
I lean on the neutral to negative, which I think leaning on neutral is a negative in and of itself.
Yeah, it wasn't a good performance either way.
It was not really a performance. He was going through the motions, but I also find that it is layered for a lot of individuals in this film to behave in a way that's almost as if everyone's waiting their turn to do something.
Side note then, who do you think gave the best performance in this movie for an actor? We don't have to say why yet because we can get to the character later, but you can if you want. Who do you think gave the best performance?
So, kind of kicking my butt on this one.
Good.
Because it's something in which, I still find perplexing for all sorts of reasons. But I'm kind of into what this character is trying to sell, and that has to be Fade Routha.
So Sting?
Sting
is your favorite actor here.
He'd be my favorite actor, but
or favorite performance, you might want to say.
Favorite performance.
Might be a better way to word this.
No, that's the much better way to go about it. Just because, again, as far as these items go, I'm a big avid person whenever it comes to, if you're changing things, fantastic. Like, if you're going to not change things, also fantastic. Let this lead you whatever way it needs to be to become what you feel it needs to be. And in this case, though, what we got instead of the Feyd-Rautha that was found within, say, for example, the books, this very rival-esque character growing up in far different circumstances than Paul, in this much more devious and unkind world, but at the same time still have to weigh with what he must inherit. It's not that anymore, and it's just this very hyper-realized person. It seems like his just sheer presence, that he's just there, and you should be impressed. And I've got to say, every time that he is on screen, I'm still impressed.
It's kind of weird. Like, Paul is meant to be like the Ubermenchian Messiah, but in terms of that, again, Ubermensch, Superman, Overman sort of vibe, I definitely get that out of Sting's performance in this. Yeah. He is all max stats.
Yep.
Like, he was maxed out in every stat, and he has no shame wearing his metal G-string.
Tell me more about this metal G-string.
We will in due time. In Duke time. Oh. So, Paul, back to him, the Duke's son. I actually am on the slightly positive side of Kyle MacLachlan's performance. And
you're wrong?
I might be. I might legitimately be. I cannot watch this unbiasedly, and neither can you.
No.
We are both going in with so much bias in different ways from the books and from the Lynch movies and everything in Twin Peaks. I have a natural bias for Kyle MacLachlan at this point. But I do feel like his performance, I end up sympathizing and having an interest in his character a lot of the times. And I sense a bit of magnetism and not even really charisma, but like magnetism in his personality that like I wouldn't call him mysterious, but I don't fully know what he's thinking a lot of times. There's a playfulness to it. And the moments where I would say it overlaps with Cooper are the moments where we see a sort of like coy playfulness that you don't quite know this guy's full potential. Cooper sometimes does it too, where he'll just make a joke and it's just like the look in his eye where it's like, this man is on another level. The man's in a weird plane of mind. And there's just moments where, like, even early on in the introduction here, there's all these footsteps behind him in the hallway, and Paul is facing his back toward the hallway. He gets chewed out by that, and he's like, no, I heard it was you. And they're like, well, it could have been someone imitating our footsteps. He's like, nah, I would have known. And then one of the guys' inner voice is like, he might have. So I kind of like this sort of playful, childlike way at the beginning that then turns into resolved Messiah by the end. It isn't a very strong performance in terms of like emotional range.
Yeah.
But I think it carries neutrality in a way that works. I think Paul's a neutral character in this movie.
Heavily.
But I think it works for his position he's in.
Whereas
Sting is not neutral.
Nope, not neutral.
He is clearly on a side.
He's clearly making decisions. Now,
he's not a pawn the way that Paul is kind of a pawn. I would say almost, and this is overall character interpretation, Paul is a pawn in the terms of the Bene Gesserit plans, in terms of the Spacing Guild plans, in terms of the Duke hierarchy,
yes,
to be next in line. And he's almost becoming more self-aware by the end. When the dreamer awakens, he knows his place and can maneuver things. But for most of the film, he is just kind of being guided by fate and prophecy, which is maybe why I'm more willing to accept a more neutral character.
I think that the hardest part about it is that mix in that very neutral sort of take in, mix in the whispers in the takes and thoughts, and mix in the fact that like a lot of things that come Paul's way just kind of like slap him in the face and he kind of rolls with it. It makes it feel like between his performance and what happens to him, a lot of things just don't feel earned for Paul. It just seems that for the most part, he does get in a few tussles and he does win in the end. But it's only in these small snippets am I just like, whoa, okay. But then otherwise it's like, oh, okay.
And that a lot of comes down to the writing too.
Yeah.
The way he's scripted as a character.
Yeah.
It is tough to separate actor and script in some cases. I have less of a problem with MacLachlan's performance as I do with the writing.
I separate actors and scripts because one's paper and one's person.
You know what?
But both
no,
things.
I don't think so. I am a Chalk Zone fan. I believe that all chalk is paper is people.
Gotcha. Okay, I guess I'll take your advice, and you're going in the shredder after this.
Going in the shredder.
You're going in the shredder because
Yay!
you're just paper to me.
So we get Paul. We have him getting doing some research. He's taking advantage of his free subscription to Audible, and he's learning more about the world around him.
Which, by the way, if you happen to get Audible by any chance, you could potentially check out the Dune book, which is actually well read through.
Not sponsored.
I'm not sponsored.
And we get some very sweet worm hype. Worm hype, baby.
Worm hype.
We get worm hype.
No one.
I like how early
said that.
in the movie. We get worm hype. It knows we're here for the worm.
No one says that.
So
no one. You are the first person to ever state worm hype.
Thank you.
You're
Hashtag worm hype.
Hashtag worm hype.
So the people who entered, I mentioned them earlier with the back being turned. That's Thufir, Dr. Yue, and Gurney.
They're here.
Thufir?
Yep.
Thank you. So context on Gurney Halleck first, just here.
Please tell me the context on Gurney Halleck. Please tell me more about Gurney.
So Sir Patrick Stewart is Gurney, and it was actually a mistake.
It looks like it. It sounds like it. A lot of it seems like a mistake.
So in a rush to replace another actor, David Lynch had thought he'd hired a different Patrick Stewart to play this character.
Excuse me.
I saw this on multiple sources, so it wasn't like
Excuse
one
me?
place. Yeah. If true, one of them was Screen Rant, one was IMDb. But yeah, so supposedly it wasn't even the right Patrick Stewart.
How'd you get on set?
And this was before he was in Star Trek, so I think this would have been one of his earlier, well, not early role, but I don't know. He's still well known enough. You think you would know which guy you're getting, but I don't know. They just liked him enough,
Didn't someone audition, or they have a phone number or file, or did just David Lynch get me Patrick Stewart?
It's weird.
I didn't mean that Patrick Stewart. I meant the one at the burger place.
It's very confusing because it feels like a made up thing, but it's also so specific that I'm like, why would this be made up? I don't know. It's in that area where maybe it's true, maybe it's not.
It makes sense on why Gurney Halleck, then, this very lighthearted soul, this very jokey.
In the book, is he lighthearted?
He is much more jokey. He is much more. I would say that he's like take a Han Solo character with that bit of a scoff and a smirk, but at the same time he is still well and ready to show Paul what's for. So I would say yes, he's got more levity to him.
Not this guy.
No, but he's
not
just
the movie version.
Paul, no, it is time to train. And this
Die.
Scene,
Stab.
This scene still happens. There's still enough dialogue going through, and there's a flashback that does incorporate him actually playing the instrument. For this one, Sir Patrick Stewart doesn't know what to do with it. He's just holding on to it and then chucks it aside.
The instrument, by the way, is called a balisette.
Yeah.
And it is actually, in real life, a Chapman stick, an electric guitar and bass created in the 1970s by Emmett Chapman, who is also playing the music that we hear.
Which, by the way, you're not going to see Gurney doing anything with.
No, he does not play this musical instrument.
He plays the knife.
He plays the knife. When Paul says he's not in the mood for shield practice, we get this. One of my favorite lines from the movie is Gurney replying, "Mood's a thing for cattle and love play, not fighting." Is that I don't know if you remember that. Is that in the book?
I believe,
mood is a thing for cattle and love play.
I believe so, but again, this is coming from a character that is actively described as and written like a bard. Still serious at times, and that line itself you could probably hear in a very bardy tone. But Patrick Stewart just
delivers it.
I feel like Patrick Stewart feels like he got mixed up with another Patrick Stewart, or he was told he got mixed up with another Patrick Stewart.
Man.
So he's just at this point, he's like, well, now I'm here and I'm upset.
The line is funny, but it's played totally straight.
It's so straight. It's so straight.
Almost as straight as polygons, which they have now become.
They have become
eclipsed.
Minecraft. They've become the
Minecraft, Gumby, all the jokes we could possibly make.
The squares.
Now, I'm gonna hot take. I like this effect.
You like this effect.
But I also I saw Tron for the first time. I think it was either early this year or late last year. I like outdated sci-fi visuals. And when it gets to this sort of weird attempt at distorting reality where you can clearly tell what it's trying to do, I have never seen a movie, I don't think, where someone becomes boxy. And the way that they sound and look when they're moving, it is so otherworldly. Yes, I know it's kind of a silly thing. I kind of like it. I kind of find it charming and effective in its own way.
There is a charm to an effect that's similar to me standing across the hallway shaking like a thing of tinfoil around.
I like this thing.
but-
I'm probably in the minority who likes that.
Probably, but I think you're valid. I think you're valid for liking
I am
it.
valid. Yay.
You are
Put me in the
valid.
shredder.
Yeah, you're going in the shredder regardless. Enjoy it while you can.
And they take the fight quite seriously. At first, Paul again not in the mood, but Gurney's bringing the knife, and he's like trying to draw blood. Like, if he does not fight it to his maximum, he will get hurt. And eventually, you know, Paul's like, things have gotten so serious recently. And Gurney's like, we're going to Arrakis. Arrakis is real. Harkonians are real. War never changes. And then, you know, they go in for the attack. They go in for the attack, and it would have basically been mutual death if they would have drawn their blades the way it happened. So
Yes.
it kind of sets up a few things. I do think it's doing some narrative weight here. We get the sense that Paul, not as committed of a fighter, he's got that sort of youthful, I don't want to fight, man. I just want to learn about space worms. Yeah, I got the Audible subscription. And Gurney, we learn, is not funny, not a bard. He's totally serious. But the fact that they're on equal par does tell us that Paul, even though he's not really interested in fighting that much, even though he's not really that... We don't see him as like a super fighter type. He can hold his own against someone trying to kill him that is like military trained.
Well, yes, that is the case, but I do think that still Gurney's strengths still ride out very nicely because I feel that the means of having a draw was intentional in order to make sure to realize that it's not that easy.
Yeah.
And also to emphasize Paul's willingness to like throw himself at the goal when he needs to, but how that also exposes his weaknesses.
I think it also does do a bit of loose foreshadowing on the idea that Atreides and Harkonnen will take each other out in a weird way. Although I don't know if the metaphor is as clear as it could be. Like the idea of you manage to land the killing blow, but then they land the killing blow on you. I feel like we almost kind of get that in the sense of what happens with Duke Leto later and the Baron. But in the Lynch version, the Baron doesn't get killed by it, so it doesn't happen immediately, but then later Paul does do the killing blow. So kind of they killed each other, but also Paul's still alive. So it doesn't fully work, but there's almost something you could argue is happening in a metaphorical, foreshadowy way.
I will say the death of the Baron and so on is something that does come out far later into the film. There is the failed attempt at the assassination. So, yeah.
You know what I'm saying? It almost is doing something
it almost
thematically.
Does it. It almost does it.
And you know what? Get an A for trying.
No, you don't.
You get a special trophy for trying.
No, Kalil.
Scratch and sniff sticker. You know, what does it smell like? It smells like worm. That's right, worm hype, baby. We find out these worms can get as large as 450 meters long. I put that as space, ! Space, wow, space, !
That's art right there. That's an art form of you slamming your keyboard a bunch of times.
We get told the Fremen on Arrakis have blue eyes because spice. And we continue to see them have blue eyes, so makes sense. I'm willing to believe that.
As far as the world is covered in spice, and obviously we'll go more into detail on like the eye condition and how like that is very ritualistic, if you will, on how they gain that.
Mm-hmm.
But spice is most certainly a very complicated substance that the Fremens are very attached to, for one reason or another. And yeah, it having just like the sheer like blue eyes sort of like peering from any vantage point, especially in this little older film, is very unsettling. It most certainly gives the Fremen that otherworldly feel, but still keeping things very humanoid.
I think it really, really works visually because you can have a variety of emotional responses to seeing the bright blue eyes, but it's like a mix of mystery, otherworldliness, but then also you can read that as it's very pretty, it's very beautiful, but also like terrifying. And I think that mix of like terrifying and beautiful and mysterious works in part, and this is where again grand themes will kind of be building as we go through here. I am aware from reading up that later on in the Dune series of books, Paul becomes a more morally complex character. And I won't say more specifics in case that gets into spoilers beyond the first book. But I think even within the Lynch film, even within, and I won't say too much, but the Villeneuve film, you can read aspects of Paul and aspects of the Fremen as rather menacing. And like their whole prophecy messiah thing that the Bene Gesserit have been in, it's not really clear if this is the good thing. Like the amount of war and bloodshed that needs to happen to have your messiah happen. And I don't even know what the long-term effect of this messiah is going to be. Having this mysterious group of blue-eyed people just usurp everything all of a sudden and put their new emperor in as their chosen holy warrior, I don't know where that's going. I don't know if this is good. Is this going to go to the Crusades now? Like, where is this happening?
It's going to go wherever it needs to go. I feel that whenever you put someone in a high position, whether it is around a sisterhood or desert people, it is most certainly going to complicate those people's lives.
And considering the amount of themes inside of Dune, again, from what I haven't read the book, but from what I've read of reading the book, like context reading of it, is that there is a lot in there about the corrupting forces of power and the amount of distrust and a distance you should have from those in power. It's wary of regimes. It's wary of potentially control from an absolute authority. So again, the more that we hype the Messiah, the more that we have these groups of people, super warriors trained with blue eyes, it's both like pretty, but also like pretty scary. I like that. Anyway, we get this extended combat scene between Paul wearing the weirding module, firing at a robot that looks like it belongs in Robot Wars, just like spin-a-doodling around.
Yeah.
I don't got a lot to say about it. I just thought it was funny that they took enough time to do this. And all the things that were cut, they were like, no, we need to establish this part right here.
Again, another sort of spot that just kind of like shows off this further technology of the world, but B, it's another portion of what was already accomplished with the scene beforehand, but now with the sonic screwdriver with dentist equipment. And that is most certainly good with showing off Paul's abilities, but did we really need more of that?
No. This feels like a really unnecessary scene in a movie that desperately needed other things. So, whatever. I just think it was kind of whatever.
I mean, at the very least, it looks like a cool thing that dropped from the ceiling.
What would have maybe needed more time is a certain character named Duncan Idaho.
Yeah.
When I
like with a name like Duncan Idaho, you already know everything you need.
I gotta admit, when I watched this movie with Duncan Idaho, you meet him right after the weirding module robot scene. You know, you meet him and you have a little conversation, and then he shows up a couple times later. But when he dies later, I was like, who? I looked at him like, I kind of remember you. Who?
Star-Lord, man.
I don't think that the Lynch version really does a good job with Duncan at all. I think he's completely just like half a character. I don't get a personality out of this guy hardly. It's implied based on how McLaughlin's acting that they're friends. But I don't know him. I don't know Duncan. And so I feel like, instead of having the weirding module scene, maybe you could add more with Duncan. Maybe that would have extend that scene a bit, because it's the next scene anyway. Personal preference.
Yes, as far as Duncan goes, he's not really like a large presence. He's a good little gate stone between the two cultures, between the Fremen as well as the Atreides family.
Mm-hmm.
But beyond that, it's something in which I do think Duncan does deserve more spotlight in both bits of media. Hopefully one day we'll get more Duncan Idaho, but who knows what reality that ever may be.
I also thought it was very good and funny and not at all horrifying in a Crusader type way when Duncan says, "May the hand of God be with us all," as they go off to go potentially enact war. I mean, going into a situation that could easily erupt into terrifying consequences, knowing that there is a little bit of that religious, theocracy vibes going on with the militancy here, makes me worried. And again, nothing wrong with, may God be with us all, Godspeed in, a neutral way. But the way he says it and the way the scene feels, it really feels like they are now about to enact holy war. Maybe that's just my own worry about it.
It is something that I'm genuinely curious on, because the use of a near religious figure we've gotten from Paul.
Mm-hmm.
What sort of religion even exists in the world beyond Paul?
We don't know what House Atreides believes in this movie. We're not really sure. Also, we find out that Thufir, is that how I say it? Thufir has served the House Atreides for 3 generations, and that Paul is one of the finest students he's ever taught. This is communicated in a conversation where Paul walks in on his dad dramatically staring out the balcony. Very, very dramatically staring out the balcony in the rain. We find out that Yue, Gurney, and Duncan all say the same thing. Paul is OP. Great, great warrior, great fighter. We needed that, Robot Wars fight and Gurney's fight to portray that. Now we've been told it, really cementing that idea of the warrior. Mm-hmm. We get some quotes here from the dad bonding with the son that, hopefully that going to Arrakis will form a great change for Paul. That a person needs new experiences because they jar something deep inside that allows a person to grow.
Oh boy. Yeah, that's totally gonna... Yep, that's the way that phrase it.
And without change, something sleeps within us and seldom awakens. The sleeper must awaken. But the sleeper is not awake yet because Paul is over sweaty, having wild dreams in his bed while napping. He gets to say to himself as he's having visions, so that we know again what's happening, Arrakis, Dune, desert planet. And then he sees Sting, who is chuckling, and the voice of Sting, I will kill you! Then the second moon, water drops, lady with the blue eyes show up. Tell me of your homework. Homework? I put tell me of your homework.
Tell me about your homework, Paul.
Do you have algebra 2? I really put homework instead of homework.
Algebra U.
Oh. Well, we know based on his abilities to become geometrical, he's done geometry. He's fine.
Yeah.
So he has all these visions. I actually really like throughout the movie the dream sequences and the vision sequences. I like the water dropping effect. There's some cool visuals with black and white water that I thought looked really good. They haven't aged badly at all. They look really good. I think that this is also Lynch's wheelhouse when it comes to creating hazy dreamscapes. He's done this already with Elephant Man and with Eraserhead in his short films. This is good. It's playing to his strengths. Mm-hmm. The narration does get a little overbearing, but even when it repeats, they bring up the moon a lot during the whole movie. It kind of tethers the whole thing to a central vision. This is where I think the dream sequences and vision sequences are often more successful than the inner voices from other characters. Because again, it cements this idea that there is a prophecy, there is a dream guiding the whole story.
Yeah, instead of, again, weird, dissonant whispers.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, it just takes you out of the moment as we go. I have a feeling that Kalil is going to kill me.
I'm going in the shredder.
Kalil is
gonna make me better.
After he shreds himself.
But outside, it's getting wetter.
And I feel that this is starting to get very... What? Wetter?
Wetter. It's raining outside.
Is it raining your
And a Bene Gesserit lady with a bunch of her posse walks out, and she meets up with Jessica here, and we're gonna test Paul. We're gonna test Paul.
We're gonna test Paul.
And no man has ever been tested with the box. So tonight, Jessica may lose her son. But Palm's mom, cool with it. This shows how much power, again, the Bene Gesserit have over the mother, that, she disobeyed them by having the son. They allowed it. But now that they're this guy might be the Messiah. Okay, we're going to test him. Your son has a good chance of dying right now, and Jessica cannot really fight it. She has no power within this, sect to really fight this situation.
Mm-hmm. With this powerful being, this mother above mothers,
mm-hmm.
She gets Paul into the same room, and she produces a box.
Yes.
And she just says, put your hand in the box. So, put your hand in the box. So, and then just slowly, eventually, we get a point where the hand, it goes in the box, doesn't it?
It do.
It does go in the box.
And importantly, at his neck, the woman holds the Gom Jabbar.
Yep, a Gom Jabbar.
On her finger.
Yep, so there's this very poisonous needle that if he dares do anything about it, she's just gonna straight up, there's the murder.
And I kind of like the wording here that it only kills animals, and the idea that if you act in the way that an animal would act, if you act upon instinct to recoil, mm-hmm. if you act in the sort of fearful way that an animal might react, then you will die. But if you can ascend the human form, ascend the animal side of you, and control your body with total control and not remove your hand, no matter how searing the pain is, you can live.
I mean, with all the sort of setup prior to it, and plus the fact that it seems to be a gradual pain, it seems like kind of an ineffective test. To be completely honest, it's an ineffective test. I love the visuals on the test and what happens as like time goes on, and it shows like how like
I love the cutaway into what Paul imagines is happening with his hand. Very effective.
It is very effective, and I think that does sell the pain very well.
I also really enjoy the woman, the Bene Gesserit priest, like as he's feeling the pain, she's like describing things. So like she's describing the way it could possibly feel. She's talking about the itching, then a burning, heat upon heat. He must not fear. And then, of course, at this point, Paul is telling himself he must not fear. Fear is the mind killer.
There we go.
The quote of the movie. Fear
the
is
quote
the mind
of the
killer.
movie, the quote of the book, the quote.
He also, I also think it's interesting. He says, "Fear is the little death that brings obliteration." Well, speaking of little death, we do know that Jodorowsky said this is a French film, not an American film, or at least his version was going to be. And we all know the French idea of the little death, don't we?
No.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay, we do. Good.
No, I don't.
Really
know.
don't? Oh.
You don't. I answered yes because I do not know.
Little death in French is a euphemism for orgasm.
Oh.
And that has to be intentional because it's like a very, very well-known euphemism.
So that's why the cocktail is named that.
Anyway, so now you know things.
Now I know. It's supposed to like taste. It tastes really good. It's one of their most famous ones, but that's probably because it's supposed to taste like.
And usually it's in the French, the le petit mortis. I feel like it's too likely to be intentional. But what does that mean? That fear is the orgasm?
Fear is the orgasm.
That's a very interesting way of wording it.
Fear is the sudden. I would say that.
Again, we go with instinct. We go with the idea of something abrupt. I mean.
I'd say abruptness is going to be the main thing. I think that fear is something that acts entirely out of an instinct and emotion, something that is very internal, and the likely desire that comes from someone partaking upon
and the
themselves.
whole pleasure-pain dichotomy also comes into here, that there is that overlap. And I don't know if this line existed in the original Dune or the original screenplays. I don't remember hearing it in the new Dune. I'll just say that. I don't think I heard that line. So I do wonder if this was a Lynch edition. I do wonder without confirmation.
Okay.
But
going
surprise, Paul succeeds.
Yeah. So going back to my point with this is that this is actually a very bad test, because if you're trying to see how an animal may behave and you hold something saying that this will kill you to the neck and say that no, this is how like usually animals would do, keep your hand inside the chest, and being threatened with it, damned if you do, damned if you don't, I suppose. But on one hand, if someone does try to
one hand,
if someone like is actively putting their hand in and not trying to retract it, I can't imagine a scenario where like slow pain wouldn't at the very least like allow you to just focus in on that pain and almost become nearly numb to it. Instead of, like sun pain, because whenever I get sun pain, that's when I react, that's when I move, and that's when I try to get out of the way.
So you would have rather had the box, it's going to suddenly, without warning, hurt you, and you cannot pull it away, and you do not know when it's going to happen, and it's like just a sharp, abrupt pain. Because that would have been a better test.
I think that does us much better, just because even just the act of the fear
anticipation,
and the act of waiting.
Yeah, it would have made more sense. Granted, I also think for the movie, the thematic element, I'm willing to forgive the fact that it might not be as effective, really. For the fact that cinematically, like just as a movie, watching the buildup, hearing the lady talk about the itching, then the burning, then the buildup, I thought it was very effective, so I'm willing to overlook it.
Now, mind you, I don't think that it has to be a sake in which like it's an effective test to be here or anything like that. I'm asking, if this test is ineffective, would the mother know that, and why would she take it to this case? And in this case, especially when after the test is passed, and after it is handled, I don't think that she wants like Paul or anyone to really even fail these things. And I think that the point of the indoctrination of it all to succeed in this task and to just be sort of patted on your head
and
after
prime it into the mindset.
Yep, prime it into the mindset
to
like
overcome
saying, like,
fear.
Looks like you are a man. Looks like you were able to handle this. Take this as a lesson. Know that we would not hesitate to murder you if we had.
Yeah.
And at that point, like, Paul would probably start to consider their side. I think
Yeah.
that it's much more of a mental game than it is like, yep, here we go. Are you man or
Sure.
are you animal?
I think that's very good observations. I mean, realistically, yeah, maybe the Bene Gesserit would have killed him if he had failed, but could you imagine the fallout of doing that? Like killing the Duke's heir? Like that's a pretty big move. Like I don't doubt the Bene Gesserit are powerful.
I'm with the Emperor now.
Yeah, that would have such ramifications. Like, don't get me wrong, she has power. The sect of the Bene Gesserit have power, but that's not a small thing. So they must. I feel like going in, they were very confident he would pass. They just didn't know to what degree. Because there's a comment she makes afterward, again, whether pre-planned or whether actually genuinely surprised.
Yeah.
She says no woman child ever withstood that much. Again, not only is this not a test that a man has ever been given, supposedly, he's made it farther than any woman has. Which again, there's a gender element here.
Yep.
Women are typically given this test to withstand the pain, and they, have a chance of success, but not that long. She kept it going longer and worse than she typically would allow. It's almost like she was seeing how far he would go. I almost wonder if she sensed he was about to pull away, if she would have stopped the test earlier. I do wonder, again, that element, too.
Yes.
Who knows?
Who knows? I don't know.
The priest witch lady then asks if he knows about the water of life, a.k.a. the bile from the newborn sandworm of Arrakis. It's very dangerous, but it also allows you to see within. And there is a place, terrifying to women. It is said that a man will come, the Kwisatz Haderach,
Yep.
and he will go where the women cannot go. And many men have tried, and many men have died. Gender.
Yep.
And I don't know, now we might as good a time as any. Like, what do we think of the way that this is so focused on the masculinity and the male dominance of Paul, or even to some extent of his opponent in Fade? That there's this sort of man power going on here, that the women will have their little secret group that has collective power, and they will prepare for this great man.
Yeah.
But it definitely is the man that has to do these things. It could not have been a daughter. And not only that, like, they must go in a way that women cannot. Then on the other flip side, though, you do have the sister later, who seems to be, like, also max stats and everything, but in, like, creepy child horror form of it. So, like, I don't know how much. I'm not going to say it's flat out sexist. I don't think it's that simple.
No.
But it is very gender dichotomy. Like, there's definitely divides. Like, certain things women can do, certain things men can do. Both can max out certain stats, but there are differences being displayed in this world.
I think that there's most certainly, especially with the sisterhood that we do see, there is a lot of power that does come even just from that fold. But there's also the larger question I would have to say is that the fact that Paul is this way and this writing would be this way, if we flip the script around entirely, how much would that really change?
Yeah.
And whether or not, like, if it was just a quick shorthand of finding a difference with born children, and the easiest way was for the, at the time, identifiable traits that would be masculine or feminine, that would be preferred.
This is also where my brain would go and wonder, either with the book source material or just within what we can speculate about the movie, whether or not the main thing that makes the man more able to do it is a genetic, biological factor, that there's something chromosomal or testosterone or something specific to, the cisgender traits of a biological male, blah, blah, blah. Is that the thing? Is it like a body thing? Or is it the qualities of masculinity in a cultural sense? Because I wonder about your situation of, obviously I'm not going to expect there to be, unfortunately, not really any trans representation here. But if there had been a trans man, or perhaps more likely given the time this work was made, even like an Oscar Rosa Versailles situation of a biological woman raised masculine traits. If you had like a warrior woman who was in all categories, quote unquote, masculine, but wasn't born biologically female or wasn't born biologically male, would that have worked? Like, could they have had that happen? What was the main thing here? What makes it have to be a man? Is it the biology or is it the culture? Is it what's going on here? The nature and nurture?
I think that it's leaning a large amounts towards just like something fated, chance, something that one is born into more than anything. I think that Paul being led into this world that's almost beginning to consume and swallow him, such as the sands unforgiving on Arrakis, is something that's very important for the character. It's just something that also kind of like makes you kind of like twinge, kind of like when it comes down to, again, being the single male figure in this society of women that is supposed to lead. I think to myself like Ganondorf from Legend of Zelda, which actually has kind of those similar sort of vibes, but at the same time, it shows how capable these other individuals are as you continue to explore the Gerudo people. There's also the example that is very iffy on, like, say, for example, Paul coming to lead the Fremen people, which this white male coming to lead a people. Now, mind you, I believe that they're all white inside
in
of
the Lynch version.
Film.
They're mostly white coded, but the naming conventions, the iconography, just even the way things are explained, it feels very Middle Eastern.
Yes.
Just in terms of the influence. So yeah, I agree, and also the element that it is not just a white person, but it is a white person from a group that was essentially colonizing the area and commandeering it.
Yep.
It's not just like a random white guy who adopted their ways or something. No, it is the conqueror. Like, here he comes. It's. I feel like it's rooted in a sort of worldview that, when we look at it with modern scrutiny, doesn't quite check out. But I don't want to go out here and try to like cancel it or something. Like, I don't think it's that straightforward.
I think that,
but I can also see why someone would not like it for that reason.
Yeah, I can see where people wouldn't like it. I think that that's why it's important that Paul's father was written out to be more of this peacemaker, if you will.
That does help.
Just trying his best to make sure that people are taking care of people before any sort of object. He's been put into a position of power, but at the same token, he's been put there, not by his, like...
Yeah. But it also feels like it could have been examined more, because we're still led to believe that Duke Leto is just like good guy, pretty much. But he is going there to occupy this area of this other world, these other people's world. He's like a benevolent colonizer, but he's still a colonizer. I don't know. Now going into something we can all agree on. We stand by House Harkonnen. You know, we might say House Atreides, you guys are benevolent. You guys are good. You act like you're good and all, but you're just trying to take advantage of people. House Harkonnen, however, they do not pretend to be something they're not. You know, they are all in on what they're doing.
I know. I'm pretty sure they're pretending to be something that they're not.
And what is that?
Batshit.
Are they or are they not? Which one is pretend and which one's real?
Still working on that. So we get a chance with. How would you describe our like introduction to like this like realm, if you will, that is beyond our own realm and beyond the realm of, it feels like it was shot differently. It feels like the atmosphere is different, doesn't it?
I really like this aspect about the David Lynch version, is that you never know what you're gonna see.
No.
You might find some beautiful ornate palace. You might go to where people are wearing trash bags. You do not know where you're ever going.
It's like you're given a vehicle and you're given the gas, but like it's like David Lynch like intentionally took the wheel out and you just kind of like see where you land.
And we know that David Lynch has a penchant for finding beauty in like factories and industrial areas, and he can find beauty in the dark elements. I don't know if he finds beauty in House Harkonnen and the world that we're going into. We have a very industrial vibe, though. We open up to like this giant like mouth and like smoke coming out of it, and there's just all this like visuals and sound that imply industry, machinery, artificiality, but like in a very mechanical sort of way, not in a virtual way, but like a very tangible. This is steam. This is coal. This is burning. This is burning. And some guy named Mentat Peter de Vries. Now, first of all, amazing eyebrows.
Yes.
Top tier eyebrow game.
Yep.
Also, Mentat. I'm aware that there's a lot more about Mentat stuff in the book.
Yep.
They're like human computers. All we know is this guy's got amazing eyebrows. They don't really go into the Mentat stuff as much. They just hand-wavingly mention it way earlier in the movie, but you're not going to remember that anyway. Yeah. He's rapidly talking, just to himself, presumably at this point. It is by will alone that I set my mind in motion. It is by the juice of Sappho. It says in the subtitle Sappho, but he pronounces it Sappho, so I'm just going to roll with that.
Go for it.
The juicy Sappho, that thoughts acquire speed and lips acquire stains. The stains become a warning. It is by will alone I set my mind in motion. He's like in this sort of like meditative state of just like repeating this trance, this mantra. And then he takes out his little sippy drink and he goes through his spiel again. And he zips across on this rail over to a green industrial labyrinth. And there's these stairs where it heads down to a bunch of like armed dudes with full black. They have gas masks on, standing at the ready.
Yes.
Okay, there go. Got a lot of like black and green. It feels toxic.
Yes.
Like Britney Spears' hit song from the early 2000s.
And for all these individuals that we will soon meet, I feel that they all would be very fitting to be part of that like song, like music video. That's
the vibe I guess we would just... Yeah, you asked me how would I describe our introduction.
Britney Spears is toxic.
Britney Spears is toxic. There's some juicy sound effects and some bubbly burbles as we see people with ears like sewn in and eyes sewn in, and there's a doctor injecting stuff into Baron Vladimir Harkonnen's face sores.
Yep, okay, so like the Duke.
The Baron.
Sorry. The Baron.
The Duke's the morally upstanding good dad. You know, nothing wrong. He's a good person taking over this other world. However, the Baron, he gets every possible negative coding you could give someone.
It's like, okay, so all these characters
all the 7 deadly sins. All the 7 deadly sins.
All the characters up till now, and like a lot of the scenes were like things that would be taken from like the book in some way and then reestablished in some way, shape, or form. I believe that I was telling you before, Kalil, that when you try to adapt a work, the amount that you decide to dedicate that will be like from, say, for example, the book, if it's something in which like you're taking scene by scene, piece by piece, that not only sets up a certain expectation and not only like you're setting things up in a mold that may or make or break things, but you also make the changes all the more like visible. Like, it then just becomes, like, this is the big sort of, like, shift that, like, the directors and the writers have actively chosen.
Because up until this point, it's been fairly accurate to the book.
Yeah, and then, like, gods. Like, admittedly, like, he's got harnesses and everything flow around. But this, like, the Baron.
The Baron.
In the tale of the story of Dune... When you see the Baron, he's someone that is very much so full of himself. He is the type of person to like make a plan, feel that he's so clever that he laughs to himself while he's like actively deciding onto the plan. He's someone that seems very like calculated to a point, but more so aloofly calculated that he's willing to speak his mind and go out to the mental chess game if it means that he'll see you react and twitch. He's very much a very sort of mostly reserved until it is something that entertains him. This one is just Joker that flies. He laughs maniacally. He has these weird sores on his face that must be operated on and just enjoyed, like how he's supposed to like be like pleasured in the way of voice, and if he just feels like it, he'll float over to you and pull out your heart plug, because those are a thing around here, in which he installs heart plugs in people so he can just like for some reason like pull it out just so he can like laugh and lick your face.
Makes sense. Living the dream.
It's wild, and his spawn is wild too. We already went over with Sting, in which
Sting spawn.
Sting is there to just like be
and wear metal G-strings.
Wear metal G-strings and just be like this menace inside the area. And the Beast, Raban, is someone that is much more, I'll call just like spiteful and evil for just the sake of it.
I put in my notes not Sting every time I saw him because I couldn't remember his name.
What about the Beast?
Yeah.
Like he would like actively, like in order to get some juice, he'd like crush a tiny creature in this small little cube, drink from it, and then just toss aside the little glass cube just because like it's waste, so just like get rid of it. And
I mean, as a vegetarian, it's perfect commentary. I'm cool. I mean, like, I'm just saying.
As far as like the series of scenes, like I may be describing it in a way that seems all sorts of jumbled, but let me assure you, listener, this is just basically a highlight reel of just like how like evil they're trying to get these people to be across. It's so
negative coding after negative coding after. There's nothing positive associated with these people.
There's mustache twirling, and then there's just like someone just took like a hair curler straight to their mustache.
And like at a certain point, even as you and I might make fun of that, we have to respect to a certain degree just how whole hog it just launched itself into that. There is no hesitation involved in this.
Is there, like, Kalil, is there something that I can connect to at this point that David Lynch can write a subtle villain? Because so far, like, from what I've experienced from David Lynch's work, the antagonist, the fighting force, is far from subtle. Like, however much like he could be involved with the writing of Bob.
Yeah.
I assure you that's not subtle. Yeah. Or anyone inside of the Red Room. I assure you that's not subtle. It's just like there.
Yeah.
And it's...
Considering Lynch had been doing so many revisions here, he definitely intended the Baron to be this way. He had a crack at like 5 different versions, of more than 5, I think.
The framing and all sorts of shots throughout the film are oftentimes what I like to call just very set style. You stand in your place until someone addresses you, and it's as if you're like going through a play-like performance. But specifically, whenever we're like in House Harkonnen, it's almost as if like we're going into his own carnival in which like the style changes to the point like there'll be shots of flowers in the background that someone is actively attending to before he is actively murdered in front of them. And you look at it, it's like, this, I guess maybe this might mean something. I don't know, man. And I feel like that vibe just comes along with a lot of David Lynch pieces.
And with the scene, I feel like there's less happening here that matters and more just, again, that emotion of what these people are like. The main thing that we're getting right now is how bad the Baron and his like nephews are. That is the emphasis, and it is drilled into us.
It's drilled
more than anything else that's actually being discussed. Although we do have things to summarize, Professor. We haven't talked about anything yet, hardly. Also, Jack Nance is there.
Jack Nance is there.
He has a very small role in this film.
He has a very small role.
I'm glad he's there. It's fun to see him. Does he add much to the film? Not really, but it's nice seeing an old friend.
I feel very neutral to the position.
That's fair. And then Sting appears. Rad guitar music rolls in. We get some conversation happening about communication between the Baron and Duke Leto and invoking some sort of system of peace and blah, 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 blah. Doesn't matter. We also... we meet, like I said, Sting, which is Fade, and some context for Fade, by the way. Sir Patrick Stewart, again, Gurney, the actor was at the time completely unfamiliar about who Sting was as a musician. Just like you, Professor, does not know this musician.
Basically, me and Sir Patrick Stewart are the same person.
You both should not have probably been Gurney. Maybe a different professor should be on this podcast, too. We're not sure. Maybe I got the wrong one. When meeting him on set... Patrick Stewart asked if he was a solo artist, to which Sting replied he was in a band called The Police. Stewart, totally unaware, thought Sting played in a police band.
I don't know what a police band is.
Apparently, it's hyphenated, so it's police-band, like a band of police officers. Like some people form a band, as like, they're students. They can form like a band as a school, You can have a band... that maybe like a garage band. They play in garages. Police band, it's a bunch of police officers who get together on their off duty and they just make music together.
Basically, I imagine that Sir Patrick Stewart just thought that cop rock was going to happen.
Yes. Maybe so.
I'm the baby merchant. Tots for us.
I like how when I do music references, it's usually to something very well known culturally. And when you do music references, one person who's listening is going to know what you're talking about.
Hey, how's it going? Hey, we know. Hello, who?
Also, apparently in the book, you can confirm if this is true, Fade is 15 in the book.
He's I forget the exact age, but he is most certainly made an example of a growing nephew to kind of like being the nega.
Yeah,
Paul.
he is the foil. He is the op. Yeah. Sting is in his 30s during this movie performance. It's a difference.
Yeah, just round it up, it turns to 30.
I don't find it actually to be that big of a problem. It's not like Dear Evan Hansen film versions of weird. I don't get the sense of uncanny like Steve Buscemi gif of like how's it going, fellow children. Like I'm not getting that vibe. He's not portrayed enough around other young people to like make it weird because everyone in this whole entire planet looks weird. So I'm not thinking about how old he is, and the movie doesn't even try to tell me he's 15. It's just funny that they cast this guy in his 30s to be a 15-year-old character from a book.
It'd be better, though, if it was Steve Buscemi who was walking out with the iron G-string, correct?
I mean, I would want Steve Buscemi in an iron G-string in every movie.
Yes.
I don't care what the movie is.
How do you know that he's not?
I haven't seen him in an iron
Yeah, exactly.
G-string.
It's under the clothes.
It's always under the clothes.
You'd always
What
see
if
him.
What if Steve Buscemi is doing like a nude scene? He's not wearing it.
Name one nude scene with Steve Buscemi.
Okay, well, I'm watching currently the older, not really that old, but TV show Boardwalk Empire, and there are sex scenes in it involving Steve Buscemi. We haven't seen a lot of the Steve Buscemi body yet, the Buscemi bod, but we've seen like hints of Buscemi bod, like implications of Buscemi bod.
So with this Bushy bod, stay tuned, listener, because we may very well find out one day.
I don't want to spoil. Anyway. So this conversation continues where Peter is talking about the plan with them, and I'm getting like major Crash Bandicoot Dr. Embryo vibes from Peter with his eyebrows. Big fan of the visual design of how ridiculous this man looks. I don't know. Is that a hot take that the assistant scientist man, Peter, is one of the coolest characters in this movie? I like him.
None of these characters really stay long enough.
Okay, fair enough.
So, yeah, you can feel that.
Peter makes it clear to Fade that no one can know about the Emperor giving aid to the Baron because that could cause people to be really upset, and it could cause a bunch of people in Landsrod to be against the Baron and the Empire, which, could cause unrest and be bad for those in the power of the status quo.
Yeah.
Got to keep this hush-hush. This is an inside job. Also, I mentioned the crushing of the creature, but in my notes, I compared it to drinking a Capri Sun.
Yep.
Just thought I would point that out.
Basically the same thing.
The doctor
You monsters.
says to Baron that the Baron is so beautiful. Quote, your skin, love to me. Your diseases, lovingly cared for all eternity. I just like the quote of your skin, comma, love to me. I like that quote. That is the exact words. I adore it. It's great. The Baron clearly wants Arrakis for himself. He who controls the spice controls the universe. Baron starts flying away, lifting himself up, laughing. Sting's having a good time. He's like, oh man, it's my cool floating uncle. They're all having a great time here. And then they get this black goop that pours down on the Baron. When I first watched this scene, I thought he was melting. Like, I thought the goop was coming from his body. I didn't realize it was raining down on him. So he's covered in all this goop, and then he floats by the dude, sensually unplugs his chest, causing the bleed out. Menacing music is happening. Jack Nance, a little uncomfortable right now.
By the way,
as he's caressing the dying body dude.
Have you noticed that, throughout the film, everyone is exceedingly hot? I understand that there's the desert planet and everything, but it seems like there's all sorts of shots of just people excessively sweating.
I thought you meant they were all attractive at first. I was going to say we went from the Baron to excessively hot and unattractive. To each their own. Everyone's got their own type.
That's not my type.
But personality-wise, we should all stay away from the Baron. But getting to the idea of sexuality, this does segue into something I want to talk about. So there's a film scholar. I don't know much about their work, but I was reading in that they had some criticism of Dune. Robin Wood is the name of the critic.
Okay.
And the scholar called Dune, quote, the most obscenely homophobic film I have ever seen. And specifically referred to this scene in which the Baron sexually assaults and kills a young man by bleeding him to death. Continuing that this scene was so charged and written in such a way that he said, quote, it is managing to associate with homosexuality in a single scene, physical grossness, moral depravity, violence, and disease. So I just wanted to address right now that criticism and kind of our thoughts on that.
Okay.
Do we read the Baron's character in general, but also this scene as, like, one, do we think the Baron is coded gay? And then two, do we think the film or the scene is homophobic? So I guess, like, the first component is, do we get homoerotic or like any sort of gay imagery or vibes with the Baron?
Well, I think that there is a flamboyancy that some people could see, and especially with the moves that he makes on the person before he pulls out the heart.
Very much like Jagger, the moves.
Yeah, so I can see a bit of that. I also think that there were other items written in that didn't really help inside the book itself, but I can't quite recall, so I'm not a reliable source in that. I will say that one area that I do find very notable is that maybe like it could be a bit more fatphobic or more so of the end of gluttony.
That's a good point.
Like, because it seems that this person is actively like not only like much more larger, but it seems like the areas around them on how he sort of like takes things in greedily, especially on how his like older and younger nephews sort of also take things in, probably off of his own teachings. It seems like it's almost using that stature as a part of like showing a villain. It
is tough because it's trying to make the Baron the epitome of grossness and unpleasantness, and in doing so definitely goes with the sight of what is conventionally considered unattractive, which would be this very large, sweaty, slimy man who everything he does is sensually charged. You know, if a doctor's working on his wounds, he is making it sound like it's a sexual experience for him. But also when he is murdering people, he is definitely enjoying it. And there's a sort of sense in which he does not care what he violates or who he violates. I think whether intentional or unintentional, I do get a bit of that homophobic coding in the sense of he seems very erotically charged when he goes after the man and when he kills the man. And I honestly do kind of feel like it is giving the sort of sense of, ooh, what could be even grosser than this man killing this other man? What if it was sexual? And in doing so, it kind of does come across a bit homophobic to me. Again, I'm not trying to go out of my way to cancel the movie or the book, but I do feel like, and again, we'll talk about 2021 Dune more, but I do feel like if you were to do the exact way that the Baron was behaving in this scene in particular now, I do think people would generally raise an eyebrow at that. And it was a different time, but that doesn't necessarily make that portrayal any better. There's other ways to make something seem gross or uncomfortable than this kind of coding. I'm not going to, for all we know, Lynch and the others involved did not read it that way. But I think intentional otherwise, part of the grossness of this character is charged with a sexuality that is often male to male.
Yes.
And thankfully, we can move away from all of this human depravity and total darkness that the Harkonnens represent by moving to a much more understandable and mutually agreed upon good thing, which is the pug.
Why is there a pug?
So
why?
Duke Leto, he's cradling a pug.
Yes.
He has a pug.
Why is there a pug?
Because pugs look weird.
Pugs.
So the best two explanations I can give for the pug. One, pugs look weird. In terms of domesticated animals you can put in a scene that look kind of alien and freaky, pugs are pretty high up there. The second reason I can come up with is that pugs are, bred specifically throughout generations to be for the royalty, to be this sort of strange animal that looks a very specific way because that's how the royals wanted it. No matter the fact that it clearly is not living its best life. That is my best attempt to rationalize this thing. It does not make sense why it's here. It does not fit.
It does not fit at all. It's just a pug. I feel like there was like a situation where like David Lynch just really wanted a pug on set, and then a crew member ended up bringing a Dalmatian, and then he got angry at him and yelled at him until someone actually.
It was
got the
plaster
pug.
of Paris.
It's a plaster of pug.
Exactly. We fade out to the dad Duke naked and his wife with Jessica Mom. Then fade out to cool ship, and wow, now they're on board and flying wee family trip of mom, dad, son pug.
Excuse me, could you translate into the English?
That's my notes. That's how I write them.
So the family flew
with
off
with the pug. It's a full family. Pugs are family too.
Yeah, but still, it's like I don't say group including
What if
you.
we would have found out that afterward that Paul was actually not the chosen one, not the Messiah? It's the pug.
It's just the pug.
Yeah, they got the wrong one.
We all know that this is the sequel to Air Bud we all wanted.
The tiger. The pug's eyes glow a bright blue, and with the strength of a tiger, he rips out the emperor's throat.
Yep.
And the pug is declared the new emperor.
And such is good.
It'd be an ending. It'd be an ending. There's some small ships entering a larger ship's rectangular orifice, and we find out they're going to fold space. That's pretty cool.
Yeah,
and like one of those
folding space, like instantaneous travel. That's so cool.
One of the fleshy spice people, spice guilds, goes up and floats up and spews a beam from the vaginal mouth, and then space gets folded.
Yep, as it does.
As it does. That's that section of the movie.
Yay!
I like the space folding. It was cool.
It's a good way to introduce it to just generally the world and just like what strange miracles spice can be. But on the same token, it's spice.
Yeah. So we've arrived on Arrakis, speaking of spice, and this is where the rest of the movie will take place, pretty much exclusively. We are introduced to the Fremen more officially. We have another priest lady with blue eyes saying someone's coming to bring the holy war that will cleanse the universe. Which is, again, not a worrying thing to say. Never a worrying thing to say.
Whenever someone just says omens, you say, haha, good joke.
Look, if they die in the war, that just means that's what the Lord wanted here, right? So just bring on the bloodshed.
No comment.
No comment. Princess Irulan narrates, telling us that House Atreides took control of Arrakis 63 standard days into the year 10,191, and they just, they got some max security just in case. Just in case something, hypothetically, goes horribly wrong. We get more Duncan content. Again, I'm still like, who? And Duncan speaks with Duke Leto, and it says the Fremen may be allies. They can seek them out. They can get their help. And it's possible they exist in vast numbers, way more than anyone had anticipated. And they, in fact, control Arrakis. They may be giving the impression that, the Harkonnens or the Atreides are in charge, but, really, when you get down to it, they are outnumbered significantly by all of the secret Fremen underneath the ground. And we get a nice cut from here to the military personnel being reminded that they need to do their best to preserve their water and the importance of the water. And that leads us into the still suits. The necessary thing to live.
Yep, because it keeps every single bit of water still against you. Still in you.
Fun fact. Sir Patrick Stewart, who keeps getting all these fun facts.
Sir Patrick Stewart.
He said the still suit. For the first time. Said the still suit was the most uncomfortable costume he has ever worn. Max von Sydow said the same, but also said he put up with it because he loved the way his body looked in them.
Oh my.
Yes.
I, too, enjoy my body covered in strange black tendrils.
I mean, to be fair, we're not going to kink shame. Dr. Kynes, who has the big blue eyes, judge of the change, imperial ecologist, inspects Paul and is like, wait a second. You've worn a still suit before. You wore it a certain style here.
Sir, sir, I didn't. I just put it on. I just put on. It's a suit. I just put on a suit. Please leave me alone.
Now, all the worm hype we've been getting, that hashtag worm hype up in the chat. The worm train.
The
choo-choo.
worm train. Choo-choo.
Paul is curious. He's asking Cooper questions about the worms and the spice, and Dr. Kynes is eyeing him, and wondering what's going on. And Paul's wondering, this Dr. Kynes person, are you a Fremen? Who are you working for? You know more than you're letting on. That's my Dale Cooper, Kyle MacLachlan, Paul voice right there. And this is where we find out, by the way, the other characters don't know, but Dr. Yue is actually in cahoots with the Harkonnens, hiding in a body a message. And then he's going to x-ray the body and get that message and find out what's going on over here. Now we get some worm sign. Get some worm sign. David Lynch is a cameo. And then I have in my notes, in bold text, in the Google font, Black Ops 1. Big worm come. Now, C-O-M-E.
Stop.
Like he appears.
No. You knew what the wording was.
Yeah, I know. C-O-M-E, it appears.
Ah, God, it's Kalil. Then now, Spotify, Google Podcasts, wherever a podcast is shown. Just know I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Please at least keep me around. Please
Let's get some hype for the hashtag worm train in the chat.
Oh, well, at least it wasn't the thing that I thought you were going to shout. Okay.
You never know. Loose cannon over here. Worms, I'm sorry, when I see the giant worms in the sand, anything can happen. It's a whole spin the roulette wheel, spin the wheel of fortune. Oh, look, it's a vacation. We're going to the assassination attempt.
So,
Lady
Kalil,
Jessica, talking with Dr. Yue. Why you hate our Conan so much? Why you so angry at these horrifying, brutal space people that have every negative trait we could possibly figure out? And some that are possibly coded in bad ways.
Have you actively seen them in there, like, anywhere?
And Yue makes a vague comment about his wife, something going on with her, and her inner voice, she's like, he's holding something back. But he's got on his forehead that mark of imperial condition, so don't worry, we can trust him. He's verified. He's got that YouTube verification channel symbol in the comment. We know he's the real thing.
I don't care. It's one glance and you see this man licking another guy's face while pulling out his heart. I'm sorry, but not trustworthy material, believe it or not.
We also, speaking of not trustworthy material, we see the fruits of some of his labor here where Paul is nearly assassinated. There was a hunter seeker floating around the room, needle-looking thing. And basically, if he moves, it sees him, so he can't move. Someone in the palace is operating it. I like this scene. Really good tension. You like the scene? The hunter seeker needle scene?
It's hard because the thing is that I'm imagining this thing, this travel scroll or whatever you call this weird tube that just sort of goes through, and it's meant to be an assassin of some sort. It's meant to be something threatening in which can come in and strike you while you're down. But just imagine, something that's meant to assassinate going,
I think it's used to add the sort of tension and mood for the viewer. Whether it succeeds or not, it's individual. I didn't mind it.
I did. It was
tell.
ear grating.
I could tell. Well, I mean, at least it wasn't throat grating, as it could have been if he wasn't careful. And then the door opens, and suddenly the thing detects movement and goes straight out for this person named Shoutout Mapes. Shoutout Mapes, who is played by Linda Hunt in a rather interesting little small role. And she says some more things, and there's a traitor among us. A traitor among us. Can we get some Amogus in the chat? This is gonna age like fine milk.
Oh, God, it's delicious.
It already has aged.
We have already voted
no
you
one
out,
plays.
Kalil.
No one plays Among Us anymore.
We've already voted you
I had
out,
him with the
Kalil.
worms, and now I've lost him.
You've lost him. You lost him. I'm sorry.
Don't worry. One day we'll get our hashtag worm train going again, boys and girls. Dirk. Duke Leo. Dirk Lerner. He gets drugged. So we cut to an alarm blaring, all the soldiers rushing through the halls. Conan has been there. He's quite dead on the ground at the moment, but there's something going wrong here. And you don't worry, though. As long as those shields are up, they're fine. So don't worry. It's going to be okay.
Don't worry about it. It's okay. We're good. We're Gucci.
And Duke Leto, totally not giving off death flag vibes. His inner voice is apologizing to Jessica, saying, he should have married his concubine, should have married her instead of just, leaving it as a sort of a mistress.
Put a pin in that.
Here's
my second pin.
Ooh, again, we're running out of room on the board. We got to have room for all the worms.
It's okay. I'll just remove some of your stuff.
No!
There you go.
Duke Leto comes across a dead Freeman, thinks it's Shoutout Mapes. I think it's Shoutout Mapes, but I couldn't really quite tell if it was Shoutout Mapes. In the Lynch version, I was like, who is that for sure? And then Dr. Yue appears, and he has used the Hunter Seeker to attack Duke Leto. Not to kill him. Not to kill him. Because he has a different man he wants to kill. Duke Leto is a pawn in this mirror game for Dr. Yue.
Now, it'll still kill him, but...
I'll still kill him, don't worry. But that's not the plan. It's not the reason he's doing things.
There's only one way to get that close to the bear, and that's that's just like enticing his ego at that point. So, by giving him this false tooth, which was a scene to watch...
You're a lot more squeamish than I am.
Anyway, the tooth was replaced, And all he has to remember, he just had to keep in mind inside of his brain these words, and then he just has to bite down on it in his last breaths to make sure that, hey, there's something in my kind of like that.
Yeah. As my notes now say, whoop, now the shields are down. Whoop, thanks, Dr. Yue.
Thanks, Dr. Yue. I think that Dr. Yue is someone that I enjoyed the complexities of, because pretty early in the novel, like it is revealed that he is behind some of it. There actually was like a scene beforehand in which like Lady Jessica did acquire a knife, a Chris knife, which would be like a tooth from one of the mighty worms for herself. And there was cast suspicion on whether or not like Lady Jessica was the one that had been behind the death of Leto. And that did cause a bit of concern depending on who was involved.
Yeah.
So to have this sort of situation where it's just pretty apparent, like this is with Dr. Yue, that, yeah, like he's probably going to be doing the murder stuff, especially with what's happening inside there. And then we just kind of see him crying in a cabinet for about 5 seconds. I didn't get as much complexities as I would have wanted from the characters.
It was very clear to the audience what was going to happen. Like, he was doing this, and then he did it, and it was really obvious. There was no mystery.
No mystery at all.
Which, I guess, not knowing what I was missing, I didn't mind it.
Now, mind you,
I have thoughts to compare it to the newer version. I'll get to that, when we get to the new version. But on its own, I found it easier to follow as one of the plot threads. I could tell what was going on with his character, and that's more than I could say for a lot of the situations in this movie.
Now, mind you, again, this is not a statement that says, like, saying blank did better or anything like that. This is just, again, a statement that there's a lot of threads and a lot of things that are being preserved from the book's end.
Yeah.
And to have it just sort of, like, fold up and how the impact sort of, like, hit us with not much to Dr. Yue. And just like him just being like semi-present, especially with these minor relationships.
There's too many minor characters.
There's too many minor characters.
Between Gurney, Yue, Thurfier, and even Duncan, like we don't care about any of them. We're not given any reason to focus on any of them.
Out of all the characters, like these side characters, like in David Lynch's Dune, if you could like get far more content with them. Say everyone gets axed immediately. Like for some reason they die of some mysterious disease and one side character remains. Who would you want to see?
I mean, you need Yue. Like he's the most plot important for Lynch's version.
He's the most plot important for potentially this spot. But
so I feel like he's the one that if you removed him, what would you do with the rest of the story?
What would you do with the rest of the story? Well, I can tell you right now that if you want to tell a commentary-based film on how people might want power and how people will do their best to get that power, especially whenever it comes to like prophecies that may be self-fulfilled, maybe one of the Fremen.
Yeah, if I had to choose which character, I'd probably honestly keep Yue.
You keep Yue?
I probably would.
You want more Yue?
I didn't really find... Duncan I didn't know who even was. Sir Patrick Stewart made commentary on his character...
I'm Duncan Idaho. I'm Sir Patrick Stewart. No, wait, I'm sorry. I'm Gurney.
I did like Thufir, though. I don't know. It'd be one of those two, I suppose.
Okay.
I suppose.
Okay. So now putting all the cast together, putting their bones back together, and making sure that they're all present and alive. Well, except for the ones that are dying actively inside of these scenes. We're getting more and more conflict that's happening on board, if you will.
Yes.
So, say, for example, you're the Baron. Right, Kalil? You're
the
Red
Baron. I make the pizza. Yes.
Mm-hmm. You are actually like your great plan, your genius plan, like making sure that everything is
my
right
plan,
in the spot that you
100% my own.
So after spinning around in circles inside of your suit, you finally come across this one building. What are some of your favorite sights to see along this way? Like you can list multiple, you can list singular, but what's the best part about your day since you've won?
I've as the Baron. I've just always wanted, just like one time, to spit on Jessica's head. Like
That's
just
oddly
as
specific.
as the Baron, not me. Like
That's
as the
oddly
Baron.
specific
Well, you know,
and kind of gross.
I mean,
I
look,
feel
not
like
trying to kink shame. Jessica's not really consenting though, so we'll shame that element.
I think I'll kink the. I shall.
Kink the shame.
I will shame the king and kink the
of
shame.
non-consent. That is not a kink.
Non-consent. Yeah.
So yeah, he really wanted to spit on her head. It's not really established why. He just really wanted to. I mean, probably because the Bene Gesserit, he's not a fan of them. Maybe there's a history of there, but it's like specifically Jessica, not just the Bene Gesserit as a whole. He also said it was just some little spittle, and what a luxury. What a luxury. Meanwhile, Sting is
Yay.
killing people, and he was wishing they were Paul. Which, I mean, valid.
That's a therapy moment. I think.
Therapy moment. So Peter, again, best eyebrows in the business, best character. I think I'm gonna just say that. I like him. He's talking to Jessica, and he says he knew Yue's wife, and he was the one who broke Yue's imperial conditioning. He was able to circumnavigate the imperial control over him. He's also, at this moment, spreading the Baron's saliva all over her face. Good tactile vibes there. This is where, like, you know, it's unfortunate we only have 3D television. We can't have, like, a 4D movie where we can feel the saliva being rubbed on our faces.
Spy Kids
while we're
was
watching.
a mistake at that point.
Spy Kids was a mistake at every point. And then we get this weird line from Peter that I don't know where it comes from. Is this from the book? He just says out of kind of nowhere as he's spreading the saliva over her face, I've thought of many pleasures of you. It is perhaps better that you die in the innards of a worm. I have thought of many pleasures of you? Where is this coming from? Does everyone have the hots for Jessica?
Actually, yeah. Whenever it comes to like concubines, like especially of her descendants, they are known for their means to please. In fact, that even comes across inside of the helicopter or the ship later.
Yeah.
That they are involved in.
It just seemed very specific to Jessica more than other ones, and that's why I was just kind of like, why, Peter?
There's only 2 bits of eye candy there, and I'm pretty sure Paul's underage. So
Well, this is just Peter to her on her own, though.
Yeah.
I don't know.
it is still very creepy, still very. Ugh.
Yeah.
But at the same time, I do get why it's there. Again, this is the Duke's concubine.
And then, quoting my notes here, Peter gives orders to Jack Nance, and we get scenes of combat with Duncan owning Harkonnen soldiers. I still don't really feel like I know Duncan. Oh, and then Duncan gets killed, and I feel nothing. That was how I felt.
Yay.
The nothingness. Yeah, Duncan is just such a non-character
Duncan
in this
got
movie.
dunked on, and he's gone
Thank
to
you.
Idaho.
Thank you. Baron tells Dr. Yue to join his wife and then kills Dr. Yue.
Yeah.
I feel like this is the least surprising anime betrayal of all time.
Yeah,
Not in the top 10 anime betrayals.
I will say that even if like it may be expected, like as it like especially lingers on, it still is in a classic character moment, like this classic villain moment.
Yes.
To be like, yes, I did tell you that you would join like your wife. Well, time for you to join her in death.
Well, and then also it does, I think, a little bit for Dr. Yue, making him such like a uselessly tragic character. Like his betrayal of House Atreides didn't even do the thing he thought it was going to do.
It didn't do the thing he thought it was going to do in multiple ways. One, to actually like have a chance that maybe he'll be able to bring his wife back to him. But also there's B, in which he'll be able to get vengeance on the Duke for all his nonsense. And
Which that also
not Duke, sorry, the
Baron,
and that
also
still
fails.
backfires.
Yeah, there's just such a tragedy to Dr. Yue's like consistent failures that I think is kind of interesting.
It is. It's interesting. It's sad.
We
It's
get the
sad.
helicopter
like,
scene.
He's not a good person in many ways, but it's still sad.
We get the helicopter scene you're talking about. That's where Paul and his mom both use the voice to not only escape but also stop the guards from, you know, sexually assaulting her.
Kalil, I need you to pass me the water.
What did I have to do to the water?
Pass me the water.
I heard breastfeed the water, and I'm like, I can't do that for many reasons. There are many problems with this. Also, just a side note, how much that the voice is just the Jedi mind trick. Like, and this is obviously not the movie Dune's fault. This is because the Dune book was an inspiration for, George Lucas and Star Wars. But it literally is just like the Jedi mind trick.
It's the Jedi mind trick, but the thing is, the Jedi mind trick is where, like, you wave your hand, and at the very least, like, this could be just like a general gesture that people can go through. Some people who would know the art would be suspicious, but if someone ended up sort of speaking out like an eldritch being, like, then I would probably, I don't know, get the exorcist out. Get your pocket exorcist out.
Which one do you like better? Do you like Star Wars' use of the mind trick with the hand wave, or do you like the voice?
I enjoy the hand trick way more. It seems like it has so many more uses.
I like its subtlety.
Oh, and not the subtlety of...
This is the podcast in which the professor makes several noises. We've had a few of those, actually.
I will do the rest of this podcast in the voice.
I feel like you're doing a really weird impersonation of the movie Us.
Yeah,
The Jordan Peele movie?
I haven't seen it.
Ah, okay. It's good.
Okay.
It's good. Anyway, you're doing it unintentionally.
Yay!
Just as a little side caveat, right? We're going through this movie slowly, meticulously, and I've joked with the professor, like, off pod, like, this one might be a big boy. We don't know the exact length of this pod. Dune is a very big movie. If there's ever a pod of ours that was going to be exorbitantly long, this one feels right. But what I just want to make a quick side comment here. This story is not that complicated. It's just like I said before, it's cluttered. Because all that's happened in this whole movie up to this point is that there is a chosen one, and his father got killed, and then there's an evil baron guy who's taking over this area that these people want to be free, and it's their chosen one. And, like, that's really all that's going on. There's other things you can get, like, caught up in the names and the places, but, like, it's not really that complicated. The bad guy is clearly a bad guy. The chosen one's clearly a chosen one. There's some nuance here and there, but most of this stuff is pretty straightforward. It's just being told in a way with all these, like, side characters you don't know, all these references you don't understand, and it's flying at you rapidly. When I was taking notes, I had to pause this movie constantly because there's never a moment where it just stops expositioning at you.
It does not, because, again, it's constantly trying to catch up with all sorts of material off to the side.
And it didn't need to.
It did not need to. Like, in truth, when it comes down to it, I think that trying to make Dune, at the very least, into a singular film is going to be a flawed effort, because of, if you're going to try to take this method of going piece by piece with it, there's just so much that goes on, not only in the heads of many characters, but for the many characters that make up it. Paul sure is the major one, but in truth, like, the journeys that are spent between what happens with Gurney and what happens with Jessica, Lady Jessica, which I believe that Lady Jessica deserved more in either of the films, but that's just me.
Yeah. She's a good character.
She's a good character.
One of the most interesting characters, I would say, in the writing for both movies, yeah.
Yeah.
In any case, this is a moment where I just wish to say, what a nice little interim period. Stay hydrated out there, people. Like, go get a glass of water. Go get a nice bottle of aqua. And because it's especially important now that we're going into the desert that we keep our water. Water is life. And on your way to get your water, remember this very key, important piece of advice. Walk without rhythm, and we won't attract the worm. You need to walk without rhythm, or you will attract the worm on your way to get water.
Yes.
And you may be saying to yourself, wow, that is part of the song by Fatboy Slim, Weapon of Choice.
Never.
The
I
one
don't think that.
has Christopher Walken in the video.
Sure,
The
why not?
the Fatboy Slim song with Christopher Walken in the video. You're right. He does sample the part that Paul says, walk without rhythm, we won't attract the worm. Stay hydrated out there, folks. We're in the desert now. We're moving into the desert. You know what? I have a little bit of an itch. You know what it's called? It's called the worm itch. It's called, I feel it coming on when it's been a while since I've seen a worm, and I start to say to myself, worm train, hashtag worm hype in the chat. Remember to click the bell and get notified every time there's a worm.
Wait, are you Twitch or are you YouTube?
Remember to retweet this right now, live.
Kalil.
Yeah.
You pain me. You pain me actively.
So there's a scene here when they crash the helicopter vehicle after the guards have been brought out of life, and Jessica
Brought
and Paul,
out of life?
Yes. They go. Paul's having visions. His consciousness is expanding. He sees his mother Jessica carries an unborn sister. Paul's avowing to avenge his father's death. Sleeper will awaken. Blah blah blah. He's gonna bring the Baron and the Emperor both down. They have to walk without rhythm in this desert, or again, they will attract the worm, just like in Fatboy Slim's song, just like Christopher Walken was talking about. By talking, I mean not talking, because Walken was silent, but he was walking in form of dancing. But of course, he was walking without rhythm. Anyway, so they walk without rhythm to not attract the worm. And they approach. The worm approacheth. And the worm looms over anyway. The worm is there. The worm is making a deafening sound. And Paul falls. Paul has a fall, and he crashes through lots of stuff. It's okay, he's fine, though. He just crashes like 80 million feet through a bunch of garbage all over the place and rocks. And then the worm leaves. And someone apparently has started a thumper. The thing that like attracts the worm somewhere else. They're not alone out there in the desert. Whoa!
Gasp.
Who could foresee that the Fremen, who have been suspected to be very large in numbers living in the desert and have the chosen one of Paul, would possibly be in the desert in large numbers and help Paul? Also, your cat is starting a war in the kitchen right now.
Stella, for freak's sake. Why did you knock that over? What are you gaining from this?
Oh. World's saddest noises. We turn the light off in the kitchen? I can get it. I'm closer.
Why do you need that light off, but this light on?
It distracts me.
Okay.
It's out of the corner of my eye, and it's not in the room I'm in. You laugh, but...
No, I laugh because this is in the corner of my eye.
Oh, that's your problem. Get a new eye.
Getting a new eye.
UI. Get a Dr. UI.
Dr.
Dr. New Eye.
Dr. New
Anyway,
Eye.
continuing here. And I know what you're thinking, Professor. I know your thoughts.
I'm not thinking that.
We are connected by a psychic link, you and I.
We aren't. I want a divorce of the psychic link.
You are the spice and I am the worm.
No.
So, you're thinking, man, I hope we see more actors who've been in Twin Peaks appear.
What?
And then we got him.
Is the worm in Twin Peaks?
No, but one of the Fremen is, and he shows up. Did you recognize him?
No.
You actually didn't.
I did not.
Oh, man, I remember when I watched this first thing, I thought, that's Big Ed from Twin Peaks.
What?
Yeah. What do you think like the Fremen guy was? Like one of the leaders of the Fremen. That was him. Everett McGill.
Okay. Like, is this the first time, like for both these actors, is this the first time that they both worked with David Lynch?
Yes, for sure. For until I find out next episode I'm wrong. For sure, Everett McGill had not worked with him prior because he wasn't in Eraserhead and he wasn't in Elephant Man. I didn't see him in the short films we looked at.
But in the commercials where he did the one McDonald one for the new Pokemon.
All right, Professor, I'm going to show you a picture of Everett McGill, a.k.a. Big Ed, in Dune. Okay, I'm showing you a picture right now.
Okay.
You're seeing it.
Mm-hmm.
What are your thoughts?
I am Spartacus.
What does that mean?
I am Spartacus.
Do you remember that character now? Like that was the man.
No, he just looks like a Roman man.
That's Big Ed.
Big Ed looks Roman.
I'm so sorry.
I'm so sorry, Caesar. Before he stabs him.
He stabs him. Ed. Well, yeah, no, I thought it was cool to see him.
It doesn't help that his hand is covered in red.
In the picture I sent you, yeah.
Big red Ed.
Big red Ed.
Now
Jessica
he's
apprehends Ed and says if they teach them, maybe I don't know who apprehends who. My notes are confusing.
So, okay.
Anyway, they're gonna teach the weirding way.
Who? Okay.
They are to her. No, her. She's gonna teach it. Help.
Okay. I'll help you. So there is this point where they are confronted with a group of Fremens who just see like Paul as well as Jessica as water sources at the time. They have no initial value to them. And so in order to just stop this from happening, but also it seems to also prove worth, we see actually Jessica neutralize the leader right before everyone's eyes. Meanwhile, Paul just quickly takes up a new position off to the side after stealing one of the devices off of someone in order to be ready to shoot and fire it. And from this display of act of like survival, especially like in that moment, it's one of my favorite lines from the book that was actually put into this specific film, in which it says that you are worth at least 10 men worth of your body water or something like that. It's just generally the mood of like recognizing the abilities and even saying that you are just 10 times more valuable than these people around me.
And finally, we're getting a sense of women characters being powerful and not being,
Lady
usurped by the male
Jessica's a
character.
freaking badass, and she needs more recognition.
She is. Now, you know who's not a very well-written female character in this movie? IMO, BT Dubs, JSYK.
Actually, who's not?
I think
Chani.
Chani. Yeah. She's not very good in this movie. Like,
I think
nothing against the actor. Nothing against the actor.
Nothing against the actor, but
this
I'm pretty
is
sure
not a character. This is a plot device.
like in this case, yes. I think that there's so much like moved past in this second half of the movie that we're just skyrocketing through like
we had to have that robot war scene earlier. We had to fight that robot.
We had to fight that robot. But the biggest thing is that I don't think that we even get her name except for like this one scene where
it's barely in there.
Where Paul is making out with her.
It's not really like she doesn't matter. It's just the fact that she is pretty lady for him. Her character doesn't matter.
In the context of this specific film, it seems that this is just something that he's gained through this.
It's just part of the prophecy, man.
It's just part of everything that's sort of coming to him.
It's so uninteresting.
It's unfortunate because Chani is a very capable person, and there's a lot of conflict that goes through the characters.
Don't worry, though, Professor. This is Star Wars for grown-ups. So you know how, like, Star Wars, the Leia situation with Han Solo and Luke, and then find out that she's actually Luke's sister, and the whole on and off again thing with Han Solo. You know how that's, like, not as good as Chani and Paul? You know how that's totally worse? Then the chosen one gets the girl who has no personality.
There's a lot that I can say about it, but I think that it's going to be important when we come to the end of the film.
Okay. Ed says that Paul has strength. Yes, I'm calling him Ed. I'm not going to call him his name. Ed said he has strength. He's going to give him the secret name of Usul, and then he's got to choose a name of manhood they can call him openly. And Paul's like, what do you call the mouse shadow in the second moon? And Ed is it's kind of a strange thing to say, but we call it Muad'Dib. And he's like, can I be known as Paul Muad'Dib? He's like, it's kind of weird mixing the names like that, but I mean, sure, why not? And thus, Paul Muad'Dib.
Yep.
And then Paul's inner voice says, a dream unfolds. And I'm getting like big Lynch vibes from like that kind of wording.
Yep.
The emphasis in this version on visions and dreams, again, I want to attribute it a lot to Lynch, just because of how much he worked on the screenplay, and that being one of the marked elements of this movie. Like, of the things that are really emphasized, visions and dreams are pretty big up there. And the idea of the dream unfolding is I can feel a wind in the air, and the wind is full of spice, and the spice, I taste it, and it tastes like the burgers. It tastes like the burger joint that I'm eating every day.
It's actually something that...
was my best Lynch in a while.
It was.
Thanks.
Congratulations.
Thanks for recognizing it.
It's... The spice is...
I'm seeing a lot of great facial reactions from the Professor. I just can't communicate them verbally because they're visuals. Mm-hmm. But I'm going to let the silence speak for itself.
Silence is over.
Silence is over. What about the spice? Lay it out there.
Okay. I'll lay it out now.
Lay it out
now.
Because
this is something that is actively important, and I want you to remember this. Now, don't put a pin on it because it's going to take up the whole board. But the spice is something that is actively dangerous, and if I'm not mistaken, it's around this point that we discover more about what content is within the spice and why it is so very dangerous. It is an active chemical that without this drug, the withdrawal symptoms can mean death for people. And to have this drug that not only is important for just general space travel, but a lot of people do partake onto this as just an active drug, there could be very drastic consequences if, say, for example, people aren't given an amount of spice. To the point that means that if the Emperor had known, which I imagine that for being around it for so long, that sending in House Atreides, the whole house, it was practically a death sentence to have them fully exposed to spice and just actively work with the spice at all times, because if they ever try to escape or go against their duties, well, they're as good as dead. Like, how else are they going to get the spice while they're trying to run away as a fugitive family against the Emperor? So spice itself is so utterly frightening, and the fact that there are people who are able to live in almost around it, almost religiously, taking in every bit of life from that, as well as the form of body, as well as one's own water, as we continue to discover more about these Fremens and their way of life and how they treat themselves in water. Arrakis is horrifying. Arrakis is singularly horrifying, and I wish that we could see more about how horrifying it can be. But at the very least, we get a fraction of the time to spend time with these Fremen people. And everything is just sort of flashing by fast as far as like moment to moment to moment to moment, that we eventually do get a point where Jessica, in a point to prove herself to the Fremen people, especially with her overall lineage, takes the water of life.
The worm bile.
The worm bile. But the thing is that she doesn't tell anyone that she's pregnant. And
well, she does say, "What of my unborn child?"
She does later.
Well, she does before, according to my notes. She says, "What of my unborn child?" And then she screams, and then the stuff happens.
Yeah, I believe that she was thinking that to herself.
Oh, maybe it was in her voice. It might have very well been.
It was in her inner voice, because I recall that she doesn't vocalize it. And what I was surprised about is that they didn't show how upset people were, being like, hey, man, you risked the life of a baby.
Well, not only did you risk it from dying, you also risked it from becoming the most powerful thing in the universe.
Yes.
Like, this baby's scary.
Oh, I'm sorry. No, yeah, the baby is the most powerful thing in the universe alone. Like this little daughter of...
this thing's freaky. This daughter's freaky.
If there was going to be...
I call her a thing, but scary. She's the stuff horror movies are made of.
And in truth, like, her overall latent abilities, especially taking all that in at the beginning and being connected to the hive mind of the others within, like, her ancestry, makes her quite a threat.
She's the Avatar.
She's basically the Avatar, but for horrifying, political,
Avatar.
Murderous women that are psychic.
I mean... You go, girls.
You go, girls. But also, my gods, this girl could kill you with a thought.
You know, that's like Alicia Keys once said, "This girl is on fire." Anyway,
but no, she births a horrifying child. Not horrifying in appearance, but just horrifying in just like how intelligent and quick she is to act on things.
Yeah.
And again, more things in which we kind of glaze over.
Oh, side note, I also love all the gross like fetus baby stuff we got going on, like with Lynch's like weird shooting styles. The like imagery of like the unborn fetus baby and all the gross like biological stuff. Well handled.
I'll say it time and time again. The practical effects that are used throughout this film are fantastic. I think that there's a genuine talent.
And they don't like you can argue a lot of them have aged. You can argue that they look cheesy or silly or whatever. That's fine. That's your opinion. That's fine. But it still doesn't look like any other film. Like even when you look at like the way it did like the weird boxy Gumby things from earlier, or some of the ways that the visions are handled, or even this birth stuff. It feels like its own thing. It doesn't feel like another 80s sci-fi film or it's its own sort of beast, and it doesn't even look like other Lynch films a lot of the times. So I can understand why it became a cult classic, because if you vibe with this, what else are you going to get into? This is a very specific vibe.
This is a very specific vibe, which makes it all the more unfortunate of the very, very quick pace that we are currently at this point of the story.
Which we're quickly pacing back to the Baron for a couple of scenes.
Oh, yes.
So Sting emerges in a metal G-string. Now, fun fact, this one does not involve Sir Patrick Stewart, unfortunately.
Is he the G-string?
So originally, Fade was going to have stepped out of the steam bath nude. Sting had agreed to shoot the scene nude, but the studio panicked and told the costume designer that they had to put something on him. That is how we got the skimpy wing G-string, because they needed to add something very last minute just to not make him naked. I find it to be the greatest way. If you're told you can't do the nude scene, I love that this was how they did it. They didn't put a robe on him. They didn't like just cover it up like with creative censoring. No, they put the winged G-string of metal on him. I'm really glad they went that route.
So,
it was way unnecessary.
Why?
There's no. It's just cool. That is all there is.
It's just like saying like, oh no, if there's nudity, like what will people think? It's like it might be too suggestive. Here, have this G-string.
It's great. I love it. I'm kind of glad. As great as it would have been if they would have just full on put Sting full frontal nudity, that'd be a bold choice. I think it's almost better that they did the metal G-string with wings on it. It's also very bold in its own way. Also, the Baron giving some weird vibes looking at his nephew. Like, if we're going to go back to the whole sexual element of it, he's looking at his nephew pretty longingly. I mean, right? Like, I'm not the only one who thought that was kind of, like, weird.
He's just admiring his...
Sting is also just, like, okay with this. Like...
it's Sting.
Sting is just vibing.
I don't know who Sting is, but it's Sting. So I can get a vibe.
Also, it also feels like I think it's in the implication that his sores and pustules get worse when he's aroused. Because, like, he's like, lovely fade. And he's, like, gasping and panting. And then he suddenly is like, where's my doctor? So I almost feel like when they inject him, it's, like, calming his hormones. That's the vibe I get.
How are you making this worse? How are you
is that not
making
what
this
you
man
thought?
worse? I wasn't thinking about that. I was thinking like,
it's
oh
the
yeah,
combination
we need to remind
of
it.
events. Like,
It
why
is.
did he suddenly need the doctor? Well, I mean, think of what it was just happening here.
I feel like I just want to just like not view this person.
Yeah.
Like I think that I just don't want to be in the room. So any excuse to get him
I don't
out.
think you want to be. No, he'll pull your heart out.
If I had a heart
The
plug.
Professor does have a heart plug. No one tells. It's true. He's actually a Harkonnen.
Oh no.
The Professor is a Harkonnen. I had to say it. I had to say it. Also, Paul is in the greatest romance of all time, right? So we cut to the desert after our second Baron scene, and Paul is passionately making out with Chuni, and he says, Chuni, I love you. I've always loved you. And I'm like, sure, man. And there's a lot of narrative shorthand going on here. Like, we're just implied that there was a relationship. Like, we're given the implication that maybe things have happened where these two have bonded.
Yeah.
But we skipped every piece that could develop that.
Yeah.
They met, and now they're passionately in love.
Yep.
But the music's pretty. And the desert water effects I are neat as smooches. I don't know what that means.
I don't know what that means
I
either.
said the desert/water effects are neat as smooches. What does that mean?
I feel like this is some middle school poetry you were tapping into.
Spice got to me. Spice. Paul is looking down over all the holy waters. He calls himself Usul Paul Muad'Dib. He's going to teach him the weirding way, crush all the Harkonnens. First, they got to destroy all the spice production on Arrakis, though, which, again, you mentioned the implications of that. They're not clear in the movie. The movie does not clarify that if they destroy the spice production, it's going to, like, drive large segments of the galaxy that have power into, like, mania and, like, just absolute destruction from withdrawals. Not talking about that.
Nope.
He's going to train 100 people. Those 100 are going to train 1,000. And then it's going to keep rippling effect. And,
What do I know?
there's an obelisk. And Paul tells me this obelisk is really hard.
Yeah, just kick it. Just spit it. Just shout it. Just
My favorite one is the one he tells to, like, yell at it. That's my favorite. Just yell at the stone. And the guy's like, okay. Also, I like how, exposition, he has to tell them this is one of their hardest stones. I think they know what their own stones are like. You don't need to white mansplain this to these people who are also white men.
But he's
Muad'Dib. But they're coded differently. I don't know, man.
He's Muad'Dib. He's the leader. He won. So he gets to say what the thing is.
And, he starts using his weirding module. He's blowing things up and was like, wow, good job. Clap, 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 clap. And like a good guy, he promises that with these weirding modules, with this training, they'll be able to effectively harm anyone. Like, they'll harm people. And they won't stop until all the Harkonnens are dead. They're going to genocide all of the Harkonnens. But don't worry. We've been given enough shorthand to believe that they're all bad. Even though it's only really, like, the Baron and the people closest to him, because the regular people that they, like, kill arbitrarily or torture, we don't see them really do anything bad. So why are we killing all the Harkonnens? Don't worry, Paul's the chosen one. Don't worry. Question it.
Stop
the Lord will sort him.
Yep.
I also get this weird thing where the machine, like, blasts at some point, and Paul says, my name is a killing word. So we're given the implication that his name destroys things.
Yeah,
which
because-
also has like biblical implications, like the Tetragrammaton.
Yeah, because one of the people who was holding the weapon called out his name, so it's like, which I'm just thinking to myself, no, Paul, like someone like may have accidentally said tissue over there and could have had the same thing happen.
Yeah, but it is, again, there's the biblical idea that the name of God being so powerful in of itself, you have that sort of idea here, that his name is a killing word. Also, removing the religious element, this is a good guy, right? His name is a killing word. That's a normal good guy thing, right?
Yep. I played.
I have a section next called Ride the Worm. I think you can tell my emotional feelings on this scene. So Paul places a thumper in the desert. They summon the worm. And of course, he's reminding himself, the fear is the mind killer. Put that on the poster. And the worm approacheth. Big Ed says, called a big one. And again, there's like more things like, this is the legend. There's just moments of this film where they're like, oh, he said that? That's in the legend. I just love how we keep getting told, like, whoa, he blew his nose 3 times? That's in the legend.
Oh, mine. Look, he's looking at me. That's in the legend.
Sriracha sauce? That's in the legend.
Whoa. That's in the legend.
Didn't even try anything. just anything. Oh, man.
Why go for anything when
He
you
just
could
got
just
team
pass
killed
go, get $200?
He just team killed someone in Call of Duty? That's in the legend.
He said that he's not Muad'Dib and he's been fooling us all. That's in the legend.
He says if we don't stop talking about the legend, we're going to be in trouble. That's in the legend. Anyway, so Paul gets his fancy sci-fi shovel and he sticks it in between the ringed worm scales. And then he tugs the scale out and the worm is like, that hurts. And then Paul starts ascending. Like it's Shadow of the Colossus video game vibes where you're just ascending the beast.
I mean,
If you were to make a Shadow, like a Dune video game, you'd have to have a Shadow of the Colossus section.
It's one of those
with the worm.
It's one of those very cool moments because it's this very large, mighty beast that is very exciting in concept to try to again surmount.
Yes.
But at the same time, the age does definitely show onto the movie.
Yeah.
In which like the plane of existence that. We have Paul
You
stand
can tell.
on. You can very, very, very much tell. But
Well,
again,
also
I
part
think
of it
that
might be seeing it in higher definition, not like, you know what I mean? Like if you were watching this on like a VHS player on a CRTV, you may not have noticed.
May not have noticed. Overall, I still enjoy like that quality of it in this moment in this time, but at the same time, it does definitely take you out of the movie for a moment as he's just like getting things settled on this large.
You know what gets me back in the movie though?
What?
When Ed climbs on top of the worm, we get this like sick guitar riff happening. Like Toto is back doing the sick guitar riffs. Chorus is triumphant. And yeah, then they fight the Harkonnens. They fight some Harkonnens. Now, in a section I just call pacing in all capital letters. Not Sting, a.k.a. Rabin, hears about this Muad'Dib, and he's like, who is this Muad'Dib? And then we go back to Paul. We got sick music, and there's this narration that happens. And it says, quote, in the 2 standard years that followed, so just 2 years are going to pass, Muad'Dib and the Fremen brought spice production to a standstill. Oh, okay, I guess they just did. Fearing for his life, Rabban did his best to hide this fact from his uncle, the Baron. Paul's sister Aaliyah matured at a frightening rate. Her small body harbored tremendous powers. Paul and Chani's love grew. I love how they know that they haven't established this relationship, but they're like, their love grew. Don't worry about it. It just did.
It just did. Like, that's how love works.
Suddenly, 2 years have passed, no more spice production, and the daughter's already grown up because she needs to be right now for the story. I don't know how the book is paced. I don't know if those 2 years flash by in the book or if it takes its time with them. But this felt heckin' awkward.
Now,
super awkward.
A lot of these scenes do get themselves paced out. There is, from what I recall, a point where there is more of a gap in time. In fact, it's different sections of like different events, such as riding the worm or drinking of the water. Those are spaced out from one another, but it still feels like a general progression of time, which I thoroughly enjoy. In this case, again, it's trying to go from piece to piece to piece to piece in order to make sure that it catches up for the ending.
And we have no piece from that pacing.
This thing does not work too well as a singular movie. I think I've said that multiple times.
You tried to clarify that a little bit, haven't you?
I think that I've waved my banner on this one quite a few times.
Speaking of waving a banner, the Emperor, we're now suddenly again toward the end game here. The Emperor's given this ultimatum. that he only has like one more chance to get the situation under control in Arrakis, or he's going to get put in a pain amplifier. And that sounds bad.
Yeah.
That's a good situation of like the name, I think explains a lot.
Yeah, it's like you take the pain and you amplify
considering that the sisters are able to do with the box,
box.
I worry about the
That
pain
box is
amplifier.
pretty handy.
Could you imagine if the box was people-sized? Could you imagine walking into one? That's what I imagine is going to happen.
Would you walk into it or would it be placed on you?
I like to do you walk into it.
Like how?
Escalator.
Excuse you?
You go on an escalator and it takes you into the pain box.
Is it just like specifically for that reason, or
Yes.
do they put it on top of the pain box like some like
No,
awkward?
it is specifically made for that purpose.
Okay,
It is a pain escalator.
a pain escalator.
Yes, because it's escalating the pain. Hey. So yeah, the fact that like the Spicing Guild can just like do that. You can tell withdrawals are probably getting really bad, even though again the movie doesn't clarify that idea. But they're desperate enough that they're like, yeah, we'll just kill you the most gruesome way possible, Emperor of the known universe. That's how powerful they are. And boom, that's it. Now we're back to Paul and Chani for like 2 seconds, and bam, we're back to the bald guys, and bam, and boom, and bam, and boom. We're just jumping all over the place. Now, I don't want to
2 seconds.
I don't want to gloss over this because I know that you're worried. I didn't want to say this line. I'm going to make sure I mention it. We do have a great line from Mr. Patrick. What's his name? Sir Patrick Stewart.
Yes.
Gurney.
Yeah.
We get a line from him somewhere in this midst of flurries of events where he reunites with Paul on the battlefield after 2 years or so of separation.
Yeah.
And suddenly he's like, Paul, I thought you were dead. And then they embrace, and the most natural line of dialogue that you would expect Gurney to say, given his character so far, "You young pup, you young pup." That's not a good voice, but you get the idea.
Yes, I get the idea. Now, there's a couple things with this I'd like to address.
Yes.
One of them is that when we saw Gurney last, he was fighting off like the Harkonnens in the overall like building
Yes.
where like the House of Atreides stayed. And during the battle, Gurney actually had a gurney in which he placed a pug inside. Like the active royal pug, or wherever this pug came from. I don't know. Maybe it's Gurney's pug, and that's why Gurney has a gurney.
It's got to be like a good like film theory you could do about the pug being like, again, either the chosen one or super powerful or something. This pug survives more than half the characters in the story.
Well, clearly the pug didn't survive till the end because Gurney does not have the pug. Gurney has no gurney.
I thought I saw the pug at the end. I could have sworn someone was holding the pug in the last parts.
Oh, you know what? Someone found him, I guess, or a different pug. I don't know, and I don't care at this point. But yeah, no, like Gurney having a gurney, that was just wild. But we actually, do you even know where Gurney came from?
No, it's like Cotton Eye Joe.
Yep, just like Cotton Eye Joe. Gurney was actually, if I'm not mistaken, if memory serves me correctly.
Dear listener, if he is mistaken, please call him out using our email, snakeeyedreams@gmail.com, or our Twitter, snakeeyedreams1 at the Twitter website. 1, the numeral, as in one mistake and one inaccuracy for the book Dune, and you must rip the professor apart.
But no, for the most part, he was doing odd jobs and more so not exactly the lightest work off like with just other no names, if you will. He was at a complete loss on what happened to his whole entire life, to the point that he'd almost entirely given up, if you will, on the prior house, and just seeing like this figure again to remind him again bolsters him with such energy. When you get a chance to just see Gurney at his lowest and just still having like struggling with that, staying loyal to a family that seems to be almost entirely dead, and believing that Lady Jessica was someone who may have caused a means of betrayal, and just having that conflict of character, having him come back into this fold is something that, again, is so it's mushy, but not in the mushy like happy way, but mushy as in there's so much malleable there that you don't know where it's going to go with.
Okay.
And having that sort of absent, it just seems like Gurney just sort of clocked in for his shift again. Again, it's
everything's like clockwork in this movie. Like everything just has to move at a certain mechanical rate. It has to happen when it happens, and boom, 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 boom.
There was no reason to bring Gurney back in the movie.
In the movie version, right?
In the movie,
only because it happened in the book.
Yep. Basically.
Yeah.
Like, it's just so that everything happens, like, in that order. And I do believe that there is enough difference coming up that I don't see why.
The narrative stability of this movie could be compared to the moon in Dune, the moon that is shown in a vision to shatter. In a similar way, I was reminded of the way that the Eraserhead, like the visuals of the asteroid moon-looking thing at the beginning and ending of that movie with the man and the shed and the what I'm talking about.
Yeah,
this is a nice moon-shattering effect. Paul at this point says he has to drink the worm bile as well because everyone's doing it. No, because he said that he's already dead if he doesn't try to become the man he may be. And by this point, his eyes are like super blue, like as blue as Shawnee's. He as blue as any of the Fremen. And they run across the desert with their troops, stop somewhere to hold hands, and then the men like rope bondage Paul down into the sand. And they just says he gotta hurry. All he sees is darkness. Shawnee says she'll love him forever, and he is her life, because sure, that's true. I will go with that. And then she pours the blue worm bile into his mouth. And this is where I put in my notes, man, Shawnee is super boring in this movie, ain't she?
Oh, no.
And then we get the line, the worm is the spice is the worm. And then I put Paul scream.wave, because that is what we hear.
Yep.
And dramatic, rapid music, visions of the worms, and then there's actually worms, and they're all around them, but they're not attacking. And then Paul is like bleeding tears out of his eyes. All this is happening. We get Jessica, barely recognizable now because it's been 2 years. She's got her head shaved. She is like full Jesuit, like mega witch priest.
Yeah, and so is her daughter.
And so is her daughter, but they like are bloody now. Like they're just like bleeding, face bleeding.
Yeah, because of the connection.
Aaliyah, the daughter's sister, senses that Paul has taken the water of life. And again, they repeat, because we need to know this, that place is terrifying to women. They can't look. And apparently Paul just has the power to destroy the spice forever now. And that's a thing.
Yeah.
And, the sleeper has awakened. He's in full warrior Christ mode now.
It's good that he's able to destroy the spice, not only because of, again, what sort of hands could it get into at that point, but hey, what about the means of travel that might be able to help save and rescue all sorts of lives in general for, the immediate transport that might be necessary in a galaxy of issues? Not to mention, there's also the problem that, again, unless it's just completely retconned from this universe, the spice is important to some people to continue existing if they partook on the spice or existed around it. I believe that you'll see some like beings and people surrounded by smoke inside of containers, such as, like, say, for example, the large monstrous tardigrade we saw at the beginning of the film, surrounded by the spice. So
you can try to piece together implications, but the movie, again, never really quite clarifies the ramifications of getting rid of the spice. The movie just tells you the spice is really important. The spice is really important. Guys, the spice is super mega important.
Let's throw it away.
We know they can fold space-time, but, like, it's important.
It's important. Let's throw it away.
Let's get rid of it all. And that's a good thing, I guess, because we're told it's a good thing. We're told it's part of the prophecy.
Paul has said it. Like, why wouldn't I trust Paul?
And if this was, again, if the narrative did something with the idea that we were being led to believe it's good because of this prophecy, but actually it's more complicated and we reveal that later, okay, there'd be a payoff for that. But, like, no, we're kind of encouraged to not think about it.
Yep.
We're kind of tacitly encouraged to just go with it because we got to get going to the next plot point. And then a section I called The Empire Strikes Back. No reason I would call it that at all. The Emperor has seized Raban, a.k.a. Not Sting. And Big Ed and Sir Patrick Stewart confirmed to Paul that they have #worm sign, the likes of which God has never seen. There's sick guitar riffs. The worms cometh.
Yeah.
And the Emperor asks for the Baron, the floating fat man. He floats in, and just casually on the floor is, Raban's head. Just, there on the floor.
Yeah.
And the Baron's kind of not, kind of afraid of that. That's spooky.
Like, yep.
And then out walks Aaliyah.
It's
even up in the ante on the fear factor here. She is the messenger for Muad'Dib, and she goes full creepy child mode. The witch priest is like, kill this child, kill her right now. And then Leo, like,
Kalil was that way.
Yeah.
And then it just so happened that like the sister was also absolutely agreeing with it.
just goes like full exorcist mode, like at that point. Like the child demon voice happens and
Yeah, it's like-
overpowers the much older, much more experienced witch.
Yep.
The one who had the pain box in the first place. So, yeah. Ooh. Then I got Revenge of the Paul. Is the next event occurring here. So I'm trying to go for a Star Wars motif in my notes.
Now, before you go so fast that you're catching
This
up
is how
with
the movie did it.
This is how the movie did it. I recognize that. But going back into the scene beforehand,
Yeah.
here's just another tidbit. I want to know your thoughts onto it, just because I think that you prefer What Ifs over I. In this case, we see that the Emperor, probably as a power play, has taken one of the old overlookers of the overall planet that didn't do his job, cut off his head, and just use it as a threat, like similar
Yeah.
to how people would put heads on pikes in order to threaten either enemies or those who need to recognize that people shouldn't cross them. It's a very medieval way of handling things.
Yeah.
The beast was overtaken by Fremens inside of the book, so in the respects that they were actually like overthrew an oppressor, someone who was actively going against them. Now, as far as an item goes, whether it is just the people of the Fremen or a way to just make the Emperor more willing and show that he's willing to spill the blood just to make these means and threats, what do you feel that you prefer?
Part of the problem is that this movie is already so committed to this pacing, especially in the second half.
Yeah.
Even like the last third, especially, I would almost say, that it just becomes a mess. No matter what it cut to, it wouldn't have been well set up. If it cut, instead of the head on the floor, to suddenly he's fighting the Fremen and the Fremen beat him up, I would still be like left like, okay, sure. Because the movie hasn't done any of the work to really set up that idea. Which idea overall, if like, let's say both were executed well, hypothetically.
Yes.
I mean, yeah, the whole head on the floor thing, it's a very striking visual, but as like a narrative element, I don't really feel much about it. Like it doesn't really, it sets up the power of the Emperor to just like do things, but because we haven't had much of any development on Raban, I just kept putting him as not Sting in my notes.
Like,
at least if he had been set up as a primary oppressor to the Fremen, it would be an obstacle. It'd be something in the narrative. Right now, Raban does almost nothing in this movie.
now, mind you, this is where my thought kind of comes up with this. Like, in order to have this sort of set up and be successful,
Yeah.
I feel that it has to be a character that we know more, that would be close to that sort of area and would be important to make sure that it's making the proper impression, something that will affect both the audience as well as them. Raban, unfortunately, is not seen that much in the film,
No,
other
he's
than doing a
just
couple
not
actions.
a good character.
If I might say, I don't know if he's necessarily a better character, but what happens if the beast was instead threatened because the Baron's head was the one that was dislodged? Like, sure, we've taken out one of these little larger entities, but at the same time, with the amount of happiness and cockiness this person has to see their uncle lying on the ground and being disposed of, I think that's using the more prominent foe and then using that as an active threat against like the whole family line, saying this is what I'm willing to do, is far more of a power play than what is kind of like a little wimpy sense of just like, well, your nephew's dead. You don't really care about life in general. Maybe you do care about this one. Hey, why don't you keep up the pace?
This movie just, again, has done so little to develop Raban as a character that I feel like no matter what you do at this point, it's too late. Like, you would have to seriously overwork earlier elements of the story to set this up. So, like, even if we killed the Baron, I would still be feeling like, oh, they killed the more interesting bad guy, and now I'm left with, like, the cheap generic brand Raban.
That's fair.
Because, again, I don't know him. Like, I don't know him.
You don't know him.
So I feel like no matter what we choose, I think there's slightly better and slightly worse, but none of them are a fix because the problems are much more ingrained within the film.
And that's why I wanted to dive deeper into this, just because it is such a...
Like, you keep calling him the Beast,
issue.
and I don't even know if the movie hardly says that. It might say it like 2 or 3 times,
Maybe.
if at all. But I would not, if you asked me which character is the Beast in this movie, I'd be like, I don't know the Beast. I only even know Raban because it's in my notes.
A tale as old as time, a song as old as rhyme, Sting and the Beast.
So anyway, Paul, Gurney, and Big Ed go full jet-puffed marshmallow mode with their puffy suits, and then a storm rolls in. They're using atomic bombs to blow up rocks.
I lost the visual idea inside my head. What's going on?
Paul, Gurney, and Big Ed go full jet-puffed marshmallow mode.
What does that mean?
Jet-puffed marshmallows, not sponsored, have a visual, and then imagine the suits are like that. They're poofy. Big puff, jet-puff marshmallow suit.
That just makes me think that they're
Shark bait, ooh-ah.
It just makes me think of like 3 small Stay Puft Marshmallow Men marching through the desert. And let me tell you, the plot has lost all meaning at this point.
Well, to be fair, they could be giant marshmallow men. Anyway, atomic bombs already the plot's already gone. It's David Lynch's 1984 Dune. Atomic bombs have blown up the rocks. Emperor things, Aaliyah's like, he's here. Ooh, creepy. And Paul, Gurney, and Ed and the Warriors are riding the sandworm over, and there's a battle, and the weirding modules and the space worm, they overwhelm the superior numbers of the Emperor's people. And Aaliyah's like, wait for my brother. And the Baron is like screaming at her, I guess. And then she summons the Baron over, and she cuts him, and she pulls the plug out of his chest. And the Baron has one of the weirdest death scenes.
Which, by the way, it's a point in which, like, she's using the, what was that poison called? That the
Gum Jabbar.
Gum Jabbar. She uses both the Gum Jabbar and rips out the heart, so that's just, like...
Overkill.
It's not just overkill there, but as you're about to bring up, what happens to the Baron after he gets stabbed by one of the most potent poisons and has his heart ripped out? What happens next?
He floats upside down, and he's screaming. And he's rotating, and he's spinning around and around and around and around and around and around and around. And then he floats out of a hole in the wall, further into the sky. And then a sandworm comes and eat him.
Sandworm comes and eat him.
Also, I love just this weird shot of Aaliyah just like vibing in slow motion with the dagger and then the Gum Jabbar. And there's like rock music fading out in the background. She's like slow-moing. Like that's her victory dance.
This is the... unofficial 11th member of the Red Room.
I feel so bad because like Aaliyah actually is kind of entertaining. It's just she's in the movie for a total of 8 minutes. So I'm like,
it's a great 8 minutes.
It's a great 8 minutes. It's just like it's not enough. It's not enough.
It's not enough.
The Dune 1984 story. So we get to our main ending here. The Emperor and his associates have been off screen for the most part apprehended. Like I understand like they're on the offensive, they're winning the war. We already see the Baron dead, so we can just imply that they caught up to the Baron, but we kind of just fade out from the rock music with Aaliyah to the Emperor has been captured, brought before Paul and the Fremen, and Fate is there. And I'm like, oh yeah, Sting's still in this movie. They haven't taken care of him yet. And Paul has like all the power here, right? He commands the Emperor to send back his troops. And the Emperor, like, tries to cut him off, and he's like, no, don't do dooba-dooba-doo. But then the bald people shut the Emperor down. They're like, nope, do not mess us up, Emperor. We need to work with this guy. He controls the spice. And the Lady Witch Priest is warned not to use her powers on Paul, and then he overwhelms her and silences her. And he says, I remember your Gum Jabbar. Now you will remember mine. I can kill with a word. So just complete, like, overpowering of every other person in this room right now. Even, like, the Spicing Guild have to work with him if they're going to get what they want, the spice. Paul tells them to give the Harkonnen a blade, a.k.a. Sting, and they give him the Emperor's blade. And Paul, again, is almost, I would argue, a little bit of hubris here, just, like, duels this guy out of some sense of honor, and maybe this is established in the book that that's what they do, but it feels really random. Like, why are you fighting this guy? Like, there's no reason you need to fight him, other than just the fact that you've seen it in a prophecy.
In truth, when it comes down to this final testament, from what I recall, it's a remaining Harkonnen over what Harkonnens had basically give life hell to him. And at this point, it is Paul at his fully realized form, versed with recent loss as well. Fade, again, is supposed to be, from like a fair amount of his dialogue initially, supposed to be the anti-Paul. In this case, he's just kind of been a built-up antagonist that's kind of like...
through the visions, primarily.
So I guess it's just a separate obstacle.
It feels like we're fighting because we have to.
Instead of like a moral obstacle, it's just like a obstacle of like, here's another Harkonnen
Part of the prophecy. Got to do it.
Gotta go through each of them.
And, as this fight is ensuing and Paul's able to hold his own, I mean, I'm sure Sting is thinking in the back of his mind, please don't stand so close to me. And then, we see Paul go in for these fights, and he's probably thinking, man, everything he does is magic because it's so powerful. I'm quoting the Police songs, by the way, right now. I don't know how to work Roxanne into there, so I don't have a...
One day.
One day I'll find a way.
One day.
And, Paul says, I will bend like a reed in the wind, and then he kills Sting. And the floor, cracks when he does the thing.
Yep,
and Big Ed is like, Muad'Dib, whoa.
Oh, that's
and someone
when he
says
uses his voice,
he no longer needs the weirding module. Whoa.
Yep, he's now grown past the convention that was introduced in this film into something more powerful.
In what I'm going to call is, the good ending, we get a narration saying that, he became the hand of God, fulfilling the prophecy.
Yep.
And, quote, where there was war, Muad'Dib would now bring peace. Where there was hatred, Muad'Dib would now bring love. And I'm like, sure, nice dictator guy. Yeah, absolutely. If you're fighting, he will annihilate you. Fair. Paul says that God created Arrakis to train the faithful, and one can't go against the word of God. So yeah, he's fine. Don't worry about it. He's a good guy. Yeah. And then the last line in the movie is Aaliyah saying, how can this be? Because he is the Kwisatz Haderach. And then Paul makes it rain, killing the sandworms, destroying the spice production forever.
Uh-huh.
And I like the rain. That was cool. Cool rain.
It's cool looking rain, yeah.
So there was an original ending that was cut from the cinematic version.
Oh.
And that was going to have Paul exiling Emperor Shaddam IV to the Solstice Secundus, and he becomes the new emperor. He agrees to marry Princess Irulan, and that was the ending.
So
I don't know how Princess Irulan fits into that when he had the whole Chani situation, but...
Okay, so here's...
Is there a love triangle?
Actually, okay, so here's where, again... This is not, again, a testament to say, like, oh, well, they should close to the book. No.
No, you want it to deviate sometimes.
I want it to deviate where it feels it needs to deviate because I like that exploration. However, if, like, things are just sort of, like, left aside and, like, things are not explored, then it just kind of leaves things feeling a bit unfulfilling. For this case, Paul, inside of the book itself, actually does make the active choice in order to make his way into the line towards becoming emperor. I don't believe that the emperor gets exiled. I think instead that he does marry the emperor's daughter so that he may be in line for this. And Chani is a little bit hurt by this, but kind of has to recognize it. And that's when Lady Jessica brings up the hard truth that she's had to grow with, that Paul's father was actively trying to do himself, but never really succeeded himself. Paul's father kept himself open in case for the line of marriage that would be able to help him in a political matter, and to marry your concubine would not only not aid your house whatsoever, but it also might just generally not look good.
It's almost like systems of power are bad.
Yeah.
Within the scope of Dune.
And so when it comes down to, like, I should have married Jessica, it's that regret of not, like, finalizing or showing love in the face of what he felt was his responsibility. And to see then Paul fall into that line in order to try to go towards this act of duty makes almost a little bit of a tragedy on the character itself, that he continues to make even his father's mistakes.
But I am glad that they didn't do the Irulan ending, because it would have felt completely out of nowhere in this movie. If it had been set up like how you're describing, I think it'd be very good as an ending. But I think it's good that they didn't have him marry Irulan in the film, since she had no setup.
And that is where also Lady Jessica, because Lady Jessica in the book is a freaking badass, actually does, like, calm Chani and just states that even if it is outside of marriage, that there'll be ways that history will remember them, because there's much more to that power than it is to be the right-hand person.
The soft power.
Not just the soft power, but from the position Paul may be able to take up, there's all sorts of possibility that can happen with anyone involved. Again, there is just something very muddled, but at the same time interesting to sort of leave off on that note. That it feels nice. Now, I'll let you say something, because I have to ask you something.
Okay.
So I'll let you ask your
Oh, I was just gonna say this movie ends on a great note because the credits are hilarious. It like has this like really pretty 80s slow dance song, and it just fades in characters with like semi-transparently over the waves, but it doesn't go like in order of importance. So it's not like it gives you Paul and it gives you Jessica. No,
the third one is basically the one woman that was in a couple scenes that was hired as the handmaid.
I just love it because it's by the actor's last name. So it goes for Lady Jessica, which again, prominent character first, but then it goes to the Baron's doctor. Like, what? So I just love the random order for characters fading in, and I like to pretend that that's the order of importance.
Yes.
Which I mean, I'm okay with Jessica being high up there, but then you put the Baron's doctor, and I was like, wait, what? I don't know if that's very, like, it's not common to see credits where they show images of the characters. Like, you can see it sometimes. It's not never done. But I've never seen that happen where they go in an order of alphabetical of the actor, because it results in this weird situation where we're honoring the different characters, but not in any order that matters. We're honoring them randomly.
I've never seen credits in which it's just actively the characters just being in that slow fade and just staring straight at us.
It's very funny.
Just like you're sitting down with your popcorn and watching this, and they stare at you.
That would have been great to just sit. I mean, I didn't sit through the whole thing. I'm sure you did, but I just thought it was really funny.
Now, I gotta talk about this. And again, I'm thoroughly surprised you didn't bring it up.
Hey, no,
or I just ignored you.
It's the end of the movie.
Because you should have made a bigger deal.
Hey, we're done with the pod. We finished the movie. There's nothing more to talk about.
Thufir. You know, the individual that also had some means and abilities, that was very calculated himself, that was a part of the council that we'd seen at the beginning of the film. I call it council, but I really don't know what it was. Towards House Atreides, that was abducted by the Harkonnens and then just basically became part of the quote-unquote Harkonnen family under line of threat. And the big thing about him is that in order to keep him loyal and to make sure that he is properly handled with, because these are just evil bastards, they put a poison in him. And I do believe that there's still poison put into this character initially, but in secret. Just in case like the guy had any bright ideas, and whether or not he got the antidote was really dependent on his actions afterwards. But no, the Baron makes it very clear, like, yep, you have a poison in you. But hey, I'm going to give you a little present. Here you go. Here's a little kitty cat in a box.
The milking cat.
You need to, in order to get the antidote, you need to milk this cat every single day.
I skipped it in my notes, I guess, because it was in one of the Baron encounters. I must have just brushed over it.
Let me tell you something right now.
Yes.
Is because I had to make sure. Like, I was like, no, I'd remember like this antidote, and like, after you're done with all the video responses and the multiple sad pictures of this poor little bald cat struggling, the very first thing you get in Google after doing cat milking Dune, for whatever reason, Google searching it, is a Reddit page that says, "The fuck is up with the cat milking from the 1984 movie?"
Did you learn anything from that?
No, I'm pretty sure that it's. I think that's all in the question. So,
I just kind of
like at this point, like it seems that for the most part, people are just crediting, saying like that's classic David Lynch.
I mean, it kind of is in a way. Sure.
How well known is he for his cat milking adjacent
I think
themes?
it's classic David Lynch in the same way that the scene with Henry and Eraserhead where he's cutting the chicken and then the chicken starts to move its legs and then the lady across the mother is like panting and it's really confusing what's happening. It's that kind of thing. It's not specifically milking cats, but it's more the idea of thing that's somewhat normal, like a cat, right? A cat is a normal thing, but then in a very strange context. In a very strange context with a lot of like implications that are very uncomfortable. Mm-hmm. That's a Lynch thing for sure.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, this one person again who ended up losing his house and is probably going through very similar things that Gurney had gone through that I had described to you, being given a cat milking machine and just sort of like stands in the awkward circle crowd. This is what I hate about like a lot of films that have people inside them, but is in the age of like, we'll only step up and do our thing whenever it's time to step up and do our line, is that they're just awkward people set pieces all over the place, that they're just there. Like, and even when they just sort of pop us, like, oh, hello, how, okay, no, you're just back to standing in a big old circle now? Okay. It's painful to watch. It genuinely is to me. Like, it feels so unnatural to have so many people in a tight space actively doing nothing. Like, you could say that it's to add attention to the scene. It's like, oh, all these people are all looking. No, they're standing. They're freaking standing because they got nothing to do. It's a Tuesday, and they want to watch a few men fight before they go off to milk their cats.
Arguably, when a bunch of people are just sitting around doing nothing, I mean, you could say that's going to a theater. You know, really, you just go and you just sit and you stare at a screen for like 2 hours. You know, that's really not doing anything, which, you know, brings to mind, how did Dune do in the theaters? Very naturally, it's a thing you think about, right? So Dune, the movie, opened on December 14th, 1984 in 915 theaters, and it earned $6 million approximately in its opening weekend, ranking number 2 in the domestic box office behind Beverly Hills Cop. By the end of its run, it had grossed $30 million, or close to $31 million by the looks of it, on an estimated $40 million budget. So this movie was a box office failure. It made about $10 million less than it originally cost to make from its theatrical run. Despite being considered a financial flop, it is the David Lynch movie to make the most money in its initial box office run. So the problem with Dune wasn't that it didn't make a lot of money. By Lynch standards, it actually made a lot. It just cost more. So Lynch doesn't normally make movies that cost this much money. And so, yeah, that became a problem. And it was also the only one of David Lynch's films to break into the top 5 in its opening weekend. David Lynch's films typically do not break in the top 5.
Oh.
Which is actually kind of, I think, interesting, because in retrospect, a film like Mulholland Drive, I'm surprised, didn't have more, because it has a lot of reputation now. It's considered really, really good, like one of the best movies of the 2000s. But I think at the time, I don't know what it went up against. It's not really an easy thing to market. David Lynch films are really hard to market.
I can only imagine, like...
Dune is marketable.
Dune...
in a weird way, especially in its post-Star Wars hype. People kind of are into this sort of thing.
Like, if you saw Kyle MacLachlan's face on a poster, like looking off and being spacey, or if you see Jack Nance's face looking off in the distance, being very haunted with Eraserhead hair, which...
I'm not the average movie consumer.
Which movie do you think that you will see people go into more often?
I think Dune is easier to sell. It's a bigger spectacle.
It's bigger spectacle.
It has a plot that's... Okay, I was not going to say it's more coherent than Eraserhead. That gets into complicated matters. It's a more conventional plot than Eraserhead.
I think that people can go in and go out and describe the events of Dune
in concrete terms.
Yeah.
As a result of its poor commercial and critical reception, all initial plans for sequels were canceled. It was reported that David Lynch was working on the screenplay for Dune Messiah and had been hired to direct a second and third Dune movie, had this all succeeded. This one I thought was funny. During the movie's original release, cheat sheets explaining much of the movie's setting and more obscure vocabulary were handed out to moviegoers at some theaters. I don't know how many, it just said some, but the idea of handing out a cheat sheet to explain what melange is very funny.
I'm sorry, but that's okay.
Like, we know our movie is not able to communicate basic concept. Here you go.
Well, here's the thing, though. Like, imagine you're inside a theater. If the movie's going and you're going to look at your cheat sheet quick, it's too dark to read.
Yeah, it's
like,
hilarious.
All the lights are out. So that means that you're actively studying for the movie before it happens.
It's a test.
It's a test.
Tell me about your homework, Usul. And then we get to critical reception. So the critics heavily criticized the screenwriting, and interestingly enough, they also criticized its lack of faithfulness to the source material. Which you have very clearly said that it is almost too faithful.
I think that in truth, like there are a fair amount of changes, but I feel that that's just generally from time constraints. A lot of the scenes are played out kind of like beat for beat.
I'm assuming it's the cut content. I'm assuming that's what the main difference would be.
It would be probably the cut content,
like the 2-year flash forward.
The 2-year flash forward. It just couldn't fit there.
The pacing, direction, and editing were also criticized. They did, however, praise, in general, every critic's different, but a consensus was they praised the visual effects, the musical score, the acting, and the action sequences. Roger Ebert, very famous film critic, gave Dune 1 out of 4 stars and called it the worst movie of the year. Ebert wrote in his review, quote, "This movie is a real mess. An incomprehensible, ugly, unstructured, pointless excursion into the murkier realms of one of the most confusing screenplays of all time." You know, I'm not entirely disagreeing with his assessment.
Which is rare.
I would say that, yeah, it is a pretty incomprehensible, ugly mess in terms of its writing. I would not give it a 1 out of 4, but I do agree that the screenplay is pretty bad.
Yep.
Richard Corliss of Time magazine gave Dune a negative review, stating, quote, "Most sci-fi movies offer an escape, a holiday from homework, but Dune is as difficult as a final exam, and you have to cram for it." I feel like that's in response to something we just said 2 minutes ago. Science fiction historian John Clute argued that while Lynch's Dune, quote, "spared nothing to achieve its striking visual effects," the film adaptation, quote, "unfortunately, perhaps inevitably, reduced Herbert's dense text to a melodrama." I was curious if you agree with that statement. Do you think it turned a rather dense text into a melodrama?
Define melodrama. I've heard the word, but I don't think I've ever looked into the exact definition.
I'm just going to double check how Google does it so I don't give you like a misunderstanding myself. But a melodrama is a sensational dramatic piece with exaggerated characters and exciting events intended to appeal to the emotions. So basically, it's a drama where the emotions aren't fully earned. It's kind of being melodramatic, overdramatic, just for the sake of getting an emotion without enough substance behind it.
Well, from like characters earning pieces and just like trying to move forward, I think that the film itself by its pacing moves way too fast, that there's a lot of things that aren't earned. And I think that can also be set up for the victory as well. I don't know if that's all in the drama category, but
Sure.
It's definitely in the mellowed category.
That's a good point. In the years since its initial release, Dune has gained a more positive reputation. Still not overall positive. It's very divisive as a movie. On the review aggregator Rotten Tomatoes, the film has an approval rating of 48% based on 58 reviews, with an average score of 5.9 out of 10. The site's critical consensus reads, quote, "This truncated adaptation of Frank Herbert's sci-fi masterwork is too dry to work as grand entertainment, but David Lynch's flair for the surreal gives it some spice." Ha, ha, ha. On Metacritic, the film has a weighted average of 40 out of 100 based on 19 critic reviews, indicating mixed or average reviews. 19 critic reviews is not a lot, but you get the idea.
Yes.
Awards is very small as a section for this movie. I had a lot more to say with Elephant Man because it got nominated for a lot of things. Dune was nominated for an Academy Award for Best Sound, and it was also a Hugo Award nominee for Best Dramatic Presentation. Hugo Awards being more specific for, a lot of times, sci-fi, I believe. The film did win one notable award, though. It won the Stinkers Bad Movie Award for Worst Picture. Which, congratulations.
What does the Stinkers look like?
I don't know.
Does it look like a butt?
I like to imagine it looks like a blue sentient sponge.
Oh, no. It's come back.
It never left. It never left. David Lynch, as I mentioned before, has disavowed this movie very much.
Yes.
And as this is supposedly a Twin Peaks logcast, I do want to bring it back here toward Lynch's views and Lynch's thoughts on his own movie. Because again, we're trying to get a sense of David Lynch as a creator and looking for how this will carry into his other work. So Lynch has said that he considers this movie the only real failure of his career.
The only one.
The only one.
So
every other movie he can be proud of its success and he can say that it was good. He's glad he made it. Everything was fine. He might, maybe he has a preference for one over the other. I'm not sure. But everything else in his career, he would say is not a failure.
So Pure and Sunny Jim
Yes.
is actively not a failure.
No, because I think he achieved what he wanted to with it. I think this is the only case where he did not get to achieve what he wanted.
What else did he want?
With Dune?
Yes.
I think he hasn't... Okay, I'll get to that.
Okay.
So, to this day, Lynch refuses to talk about the production in great detail, so we don't know, everything. And he's also refused, many times to work on any sort of, special editions of this or, put together any, again, special features. So I said, you're not going to end up with, a missing pieces version of this anytime soon, because he says that revisiting this movie would be too painful an experience to endure. Lynch, at times, you might say, is prone to hyperbole. So, although Universal Pictures has approached David Lynch for a possible director's cut, he's declined every offer. He avoids it in interviews all the time. This is an interview quote that he did actually talk about Dune, was from January 13th, 2006. Quote, "Dune, I didn't have final cut on. It's the only film I've made where I didn't technically have Final Cut on The Elephant Man, but Mel Brooks gave it to me. And on Dune, the film, I started selling out. Even in the script phase, knowing I didn't have Final Cut, and I sold out. So it was a slow dying the death, and a terrible, terrible experience. I don't know how it happened. I trusted that it would work out, but I was very naive, and it was the wrong move. In those days, the maximum length they figured I could have is 2 hours and 17 minutes, and that's what the film is. So they wouldn't lose a screening a day. So once again, it's money talking, not the film at all. And so it was like compacted, and it hurt it. It hurt it. There is no other version. There's more stuff, but even that is putrefied. In 2018, Lynch compared Dune to another movie of his that bombed, Twin Peaks' Fire Walk with Me. But he made this important distinction between the two. Quote, "With Dune, I sold out on that early on because I didn't have Final Cut, and it was a commercial failure, so I died 2 times with that. With Fire Walk with Me, it didn't go over well at the time, but I loved it, so I only died once, for the commercial failure and the reviews and things." In 2019, Lynch commented, "I always say Dune is a huge, gigantic sadness in my life. The film is not the film I would have made had I that final control. It's a bit of a sadness." Again, however much you weigh these things, he has said them consistently every time he's spoken about it. He usually doesn't want to talk about it, but when he does, it's a pretty similar tune.
It's curious because, again, it's all about that sense of like control over something that he is trying to craft and create.
Which is why I think it's the only failure for him, because everything else he's had control.
Yeah, but to what extent? Like, say, for example, like, let's bring up Twin Peaks.
Sure.
Like, for...
Well, that's the thing, though, is he's also, I mean, as far as his movies, right? Every movie he's had control over. But yeah, Twin Peaks, the moment he basically says, like, this show sucks is the moment that he was stepping out, right? Like,
yeah, but my point
is
that...
Once the studio took control of Laura's death.
Despite that, like, Fire Walk with Me is still some of the worst aspects that he feared to reveal, like, around that point, and emphasized in a way that, again, I find it to be an amazing movie. Mm-hmm. So, and to still see it as only that little financial crush to him, and still see that fondness, it's an ever curious case.
It is. So you kind of foreshadowed forward earlier that in some versions of the film, so Lynch, he goes by Alan Smithy in director's credits on some versions of the film. Lynch, however, super disowned the extended television cut, which in that particular version, instead of Alan Smithy, you know, he still didn't want to use his own name, but it was going to be even worse this time. He went by the name Judas Booth to appear as the screenwriter in this cut. So we mentioned this on the pod before because it's the funniest thing in the planet.
It doesn't help.
If you thought that Lynch was being dramatic about this before, in this particular cut, he felt so betrayed that he had to compare the whole situation to both Judas Iscariot and John Wilkes Booth. That he is the Jesus Abraham Lincoln of the situation.
The Jesus Abraham Lincoln. There's no other person to be compared to the Jesus Abraham Lincoln. Or the Judas Booth.
It feels so, like, petty in a certain way, but then also it's comical. Like, it's the funniest way to be petty in that situation. I have to kind of support it. It's really funny. It's a good move. It's a good move.
It's a bold move. That's what it is.
Quality posting, David Lynch. Quality posting.
So, in that respect, they did credit him that way, though. Like, it was officially credited and shown
as Judas Booth, as the screenwriter.
Like they agreed, and it was done.
I don't know if the director was listed. I've only saw a screenwriter did that, and I'm also not. I didn't seek out the cut to make like confirmation on the credits. Yeah. So, as far as how Dune fans reacted, like fans of the book,
yes,
the Dune Wiki had a little bit to say on that, and according to the Dune Wiki, the fans tend to be pretty polarized. Some fans praise the film for its scope, and others, especially those who are more like purists, are critical to the creative liberties that were taken. In the years since, the film has again become a cult favorite, and there's like 3 different versions that again have been released worldwide. In the introduction to his 1985 short story collection, Frank Herbert discussed the movie's reception and his own participation, and he actually complimented writer and director David Lynch. He listed the scenes that were shot but left out of the released version, and he wrote, I don't know how Frank Herbert talks, I'm just going to use a normal person voice and not do a David Lynch voice.
Well, he
here.
wrote it, so...
That's true, he wrote it, so I shouldn't have to say anything.
You have to make the sound of the pencil.
Okay, and he wrote...
That's not pencil sounds.
It's pencil sounds.
That's
very
not
quiet. Mike's not going to pick it up. Anyway, so this is what he said. Quote, I enjoyed the film, even as cut, and I told it as I saw it. What reached the screen is a visual feast that begins as Dune begins, and you hear my dialogue all through it. Herbert also commented, I have my quibbles about the film, of course. Paul was a man playing God, not a god who could make it rain.
So, again, the difference is in the ending. One in which he takes up a position, and then another in which he becomes basically God.
So, we've talked about the movie.
Yes.
And its production and its reception. And throughout, you have sprinkled in things about the book.
Yes.
My general question, and it is an unfair question,
Yes.
is... Well, I guess, two questions. One's a little more
unfair
fair.
questions.
Well, first one's kind of fair.
Kind of fair is not fair.
Okay, the kind of fair question is, do you think that the David Lynch 1984 version of Dune is a good adaptation of the book Dune? That's my first question. Very straightforward question.
I'm going to say a majority of it does follow things at a beat and does try to hit all sorts of the large pieces of it one at a time. So it's accomplishes a sense of trying to hit scene by scene. But what it fails at is that by trying to push onto these recreations, we are effectively lost in a pace and lost in the story that it loses that momentum that could actually carry the story. So for the fact that I can lose people with that, I feel that no, it's not a good adaptation, just because I feel that the best parts of Dune are the points that sort of grip you and lead you along.
Okay.
So
Okay.
it's the biggest part about when I said this earlier in the podcast, but this thing is very long, so I'll just reiterate it again.
What do you mean?
A good adaptation is not one that takes everything and tries to just recreate the item verbatim. A good adaptation takes the pieces that are presented in the book that are of importance and takes them on a stroke that would be best for either the medium or the creator of that medium. So the person who is at the directors or writers or both chairs, and try to make something out of it that gives off those core messages, those core pieces. So those are the most important things for any adaptation.
Okay. Cool.
Is that part of your second question, or
My second question, I think, is it's less fair, but I also think it's pretty easy for you to answer.
12?
Which do you like better, Dune 1984 movie or Dune the book?
Book.
Okay, there you go. The reason I say it's an unfair comparison is because they're two very different mediums and two very different works.
They are. I'm so thankful that I ended up watching it. Again, I got a chance to see some very clever shots that were handled by David Lynch. Say, for example, I think the hand scene was super effective through, those, when
Yes.
he puts his hand in the box and then it burns. I think that was amazing. I think that there are some fantastic visual wonders that happen throughout this film, including the continuous use of puppetry, which I think just works well with Lynch-based films. Mm-hmm. This film has plenty of flaws, but would you ask that, would I watch it with someone if someone popped it in? Sure, let's have a fun time.
So this is a good time to segue into just general thoughts on the movie, and if you want to give it a rating, that's up to you. But at least general thoughts.
General thoughts. It is a film that, despite its overall lacking in general appeal, it, at the very least, makes up for it in the strange moments that I think that are fun.
Okay.
So when you get a chance to see Sting appear from the shower head, when you get to see this weird cat milking scene, when you get to see the credits with these faces flashing by, it's an appeal that you do not, again, see anywhere else. I think that this is a very unique film, that there's a lot of things that you just don't see anywhere else, especially with sci-fi, especially with a budget this high, that appeal is why I'd go in. So in artistic expression, or the same reason why people may see films that just aren't too good, but just still want to enjoy it with friends, that's where the value I see in this.
Okay.
And for that, I would give probably... What number do you think is the amount of involvement Patrick Stewart is in this film? Sir Patrick Stewart.
4 out of 10?
Yeah. I think that's a fair.
So that's not a good movie.
It's not your average
if
film.
5 is average, it's below average.
It's a below average film, I do find.
Okay.
I think that I'd love to enjoy it with friends from time to time. I enjoy the techniques used, but at the end of the day, the problems very much outweigh many of the positives for me.
Okay.
And that's even putting the book aside.
Sure.
It gets wild, it gets strange, but the fun tidbits are almost a journey to get to.
Okay. For me, this is about a 6 out of 10, 3 out of 5. And a lot of the reasons you said you like it, I would agree with a lot of those. Obviously, I had a much more overall positive experience. For me, when I think of this movie, like, it is such a colossal failure in the writing department. It fails to tell a story so incredible. Like, just how does it get this bad after all the time that was spent rewriting this thing and replanning this thing and all the ways that this could have gone better, and it just chose bad every time. And it's a very specific way of writing the script badly. But for me, the visuals, the music, the iconic lines and performances that are just odd, I have to give it credit for those things, and it's enough that I do enjoy the experience, in that I didn't know what I was going to see while watching this movie. I may not have always understood the plot, but it was consistently always moving and consistently always something different. And the costume design, the set design, the visuals on display, a lot of the vision and dream effects were just really cool. And I have to say that overall, as a fan of that sort of aesthetic, as a fan of this movie's vibes, I do like it more than I dislike it. But it's only because those are so good that it, for me, outweighs the tremendous writing problems that are here. Mm-hmm. And I think part of it also comes in just the more I think on this movie, the more it's hard for me to like root against it. You know, I gave The Elephant Man a 6 out of 10 as well. And The Elephant Man is almost the opposite problem. It's a very competent, coherent story. It's just, it doesn't take enough risks. It doesn't go hard enough in a direction for me. And it's one of the least weird David Lynch films. If you asked me which one do I like better, I gave him the same ranking, I would actually pick Dune. But I would pick Dune because even though I would say they're both 6 out of 10, I would rather go for the one that's a colossal failure, but interesting and weird and out there and like experimental. So many bold decisions were made. Mm-hmm. Rather than a film where I end up watching and I'm just like, that was pretty well acted. Pretty normal movie. I'd rather have the incompetent, weird mess because I find that more engaging.
Okay. I think that is absolutely fair.
I was waiting for you to say, I think that's wrong and we must fight.
I think that the thing that also wins me over with Elephant Man is that just performances that are just so, even at times over the top and still fun. Like, for example, your good old Sonny Jim.
Yeah.
But
Night Porter.
I'm trying to think of like any sort of performances that were fun.
Sting.
But yeah.
And the Baron to a certain extent, even though there's problems.
Yes. But can we both agree that the death of the Baron is probably one of the best cinematic
it's so
deaths?
Ridiculous.
It just decides to just kick it up to 11,
and then the way that she like slow-mo dances with the rock guitar, that's great.
Yep. You got to do your victory dance after you do your fortnights.
Now normally we do the wonderful and strange questions at the end. However, I want to save for the very end talking about the new Dune a little bit. We're not going to full on review that because that'd be another like 3-hour podcast on top of this.
Welcome to the wonderful and strange Dune Pad podcast.
And we're not the wonderful and strange Denis Villeneuve podcast, although great director. But we're going to talk more in brief on that one. But I want to say that for the very end, so someone who doesn't want to get spoiled on the new Dune can listen to all of this up until that moment and then stop.
Yes.
So I got 3 wonderful and strange questions of the week because this podcast is not long enough.
Why 3?
Because, okay, it's the Dune pod.
It's...
So, first question.
Okay, fine.
Does Dune feel like a David Lynch film to you?
No.
No.
It
You're
has
obviously-
Lynchian snippets.
Obviously, your idea of David Lynch is morphing and changing because you've only seen so many.
Yes.
You've seen Twin Peaks, Fire Walk with Me, and then the films before this.
Yes.
Did you want to elaborate at all, or just leave it at that?
No, I can elaborate. As far as this goes, there's certain scenes that feel specifically David Lynch-like, and again, those are the ones with the Baron. Mm-hmm. But the other ones just feel like, again, classic sort of like sci-fi, but not even like classic sci-fi that I'm just thinking like grand scope sci-fi, but more so classic sci-fi, like your Doctor Who classic sci-fi. Again, people standing around taking turns to speak, and then the action somewhat happens.
Right, Star Trek, that sort of deal.
So yeah, I haven't seen Star Trek myself, just classic Who. I do want to get into Star Trek, just haven't found a place to start yet.
OG series, just watch some Shatner.
Gotcha.
Some Leonard Nimoy, yeah.
You're okay. When I have time.
Fair enough. We are, by the way, just side note, we are both not doing great for time. We are tired people.
I've been up for 30 hours straight because I
wasn't
going to
mention
Dune
it,
movie.
but yeah, you could tell them if you want, yeah.
I watched the Dune movie.
He
I
woke
went
up,
to work.
Went to go see the Dune movie first thing.
Went to work and then drove back home for about 7 hours and then set up for a podcast.
And then we recorded one of the longest podcasts in our history, and we make long podcasts now.
Yay! I'm having a fun time, though, so thank
God,
you.
you are. You look like you're dying.
I'm alive. I'm alive.
Good. Water and spice, baby. Water and spice make everything nice. So yeah, I just responding to my own question here a little bit. David Lynch is a spectrum. I think on the Lynch spectrum, or if you want to think of it as like a ranking list here, I think this is not the least Lynch film. I think this is more Lynch to me as an adjective, if you want it Lynchian, than Elephant Man. And I also think it's more Lynchian to me than The Straight Story, although, one, we haven't seen it recently. You haven't seen it at all.
Nope.
And then, two, I haven't seen it in many years. And so I could be wrong on that one. But my gut would tell me, no, I think this is the third least Lynchian. And this is kind of in the situation with Elephant Man. It wasn't an original screenplay by Lynch. It isn't like Eraserhead or Fire Walk with Me, or, you know, when you get to them, Blue Velvet, Mulholland Drive, Lost Highway, Inland Empire, Wild at Heart, where it's written by Lynch and it's clearly Lynch in tone and style. This is an adaptation, but I feel like you can tell it's Lynch in enough moments that I would say it's more Lynchian than Elephant Man. And if this hadn't been directed by David Lynch, I could seriously see people like if they're writing reviews on it, saying it is Lynchian, saying it's like David Lynch, even if they hadn't had the name on it. So for all intents and purposes, I think yes, but it's clearly Lynch having to work within another mold. And I think Lynch usually works better when he just does his own thing. He likes control, and I think most of the time we should give it to him. Most of the time.
Most of the time.
Put a pin in that.
Put a pin in it.
Next question. How has watching Dune shaped your views on David Lynch as an artist?
It hasn't.
It hasn't?
It hasn't really shaped it at all.
That's interesting, because Eraserhead and Elephant Man and the short films, like, you had an answer for that.
Yeah, I did have an answer for that, but as far as this goes, I mean, the most that it tells me is, like, information that you'd already somewhat given me in the past before, of the Judas Booth matter. And
I think his extreme desire for control.
His extreme desire for control?
We hinted at, but you really could tell in the way he's talked about this film.
Yes, I agree, but at the same time, I kind of, I suppose, assume the broad strokes of it. So,
okay. That's I mean, that's a fine answer.
Yes, thank you, Doug. Thank you. But no, I think that this is just overall probably one of the more simple films that I've seen from him.
We talk about for
not
so long.
Not simple in the respects of, say, for example, what is within the contents or judging the overall merits of those contents. But it's pretty easy for me to see the points in which David Lynch had more control than others, and when he's just more so directing to whatever ability he can for whatever he wants to have cut or arranged. I think that I've already given my thoughts, and I don't think it's really changed anything for me.
I think there's something to be said potentially for when you give David Lynch this much money, what he does with it. It's like if you give a mouse a muffin or a mouse a cookie, whatever that children's book is called. If you give David Lynch an extreme amount of money, what does he do with it? If you're willing to give him $40 million, he'll create this incredibly specific science fiction world that's so elaborate that it has to use like all of these sets and all of these watts of light, electricity, and just the extreme scope of it that like, I understand part of it was, in the scripting and in the kind of movie this is, but a lot of this was not necessary. It was very, very out of nowhere. The pug? The milking cat?
Yep.
Like what, some of these things I get why they're in here, and then other things I'm just like, when he goes wild into his imagination, he does give you a world. And again, this is more money than Lynch ever gets. So it's just really weird to see what he does when he's given that kind of money. And then my last wonderful and strange question of the week is a little different. In your opinion, Professor.
Yes.
Personal opinion. Is fear the mind killer?
Yes. Yes.
Do you want to elaborate?
The fear is the mind killer because fear is the thing that almost distracts and immediately pushes the mind to act instinctually. In order to stay, well, by the book and film standard, human, you need to be aware of what is going on and instead act in a calculated manner. If you do not act in a calculated manner, that could be the difference between life and death, especially with the foes that Paul has to face.
Okay. Now, the real question is Dune 2021 the Dune 1984 killer? And for this question, we do have to get into significant spoilers for the most recent Dune. As of recording this, it is still in theaters. It is relatively new. This podcast goes up a little bit after we record it, but it should still be in theaters, depending on where you live, when you listen to this, if it's within the next month or so. So we would both agree, I think, I'm going to say it, I would encourage you to check it out for yourself if you're interested in Dune. I think it's an interesting movie to experience in theaters. Would you also make that general statement, it's a theater movie? I'll say that.
You'll say that.
Because it's also right now on HBO Max.
I'm going to say something a little bit controversial on my end. And that is, at the very least, the theater that I went to, I actually spent a little bit extra money because I wanted to go to the special theater with the better screen and better sound.
Okay.
So I did shell out some extra money for that. And from what I experienced, like, I work with sound a lot, and I tend to be intrigued by sound. I'm still always actively trying to work on improving things for our content, and whether it succeeds or not whenever it incorporates to sound. And I'm just sort of like listening in towards like a lot of the movie and partaking on it. But I kept thinking to myself, like, I really want to use my headset onto this. Maybe it was just because I accidentally broke one of the ears off, and maybe that just made me sad internally that I just thought of it. But no, I think that I do have technology that I'm able to see things at a good enough resolution on my laptop with the special coloring. And my headset, I feel, gives me the appropriate amount of immersion to hear that overall sound that, as far as my personal going goes, I would have probably preferred that. Even though I still do adore the theater, I think that there are just some very specific sort of sounds and movements that if you do have a fantastic theater that's really good with that, or if you have the equipment to handle it, it seems like a fantastic journey of a film, if you will. So I think that it does excel in those departments, but I thought I could do better than what I experienced.
That's very interesting. Again, I will maintain my stance, and whatever the listener, whatever you decide is best for you, absolutely enjoy the movie in your own way. I personally found that it's a movie that really does well on the big screen. I think that the scope of this movie is enhanced further by having a super large screen in front of you. That I'd find like a smaller monitor or laptop to be less impressive in that way. I also think that the element of sound, if you have a really good sound in the theater, where that can immerse you in it. I think that it's a Hans Zimmer score, and I do think that it's one of Zimmer's best that I've heard. So I again would say that it works better with the theater audio, but to each their own. We are now officially entering into Dune 2021 spoilers. So if you have not watched the movie or do not want to experience any spoilers, this will be the time to check out. We were glad you joined us for this journey. Next time, we're going to be checking out more Twin Peaks related media, and we hope to have you back then. Thank you very much for joining.
Please take care. Rest well. Have a good one.
Now that those punks are out of the picture, we can talk about Dune 2021.
Don't talk about them like that. No. No.
So let's try to be zooming on this one. Thorough, but zooming.
Why?
Because I want to talk about this movie, but if we don't stop ourselves, we will talk 3 hours about this movie because we are diseased brain people.
Yay.
We are people who have become able to talk about things like Elephant Man. We talked for like 2.5 hours about a movie we both agreed was just like, okay.
Yes.
Dune, I get why this one was so long, because going in, we knew this thing was going to be huge because it's just so much content, so much context. Dune 2021, you could talk a whole lot about as well. It's a long movie with a lot going on.
I know. I might have exactly zero interest in seeing this new movie.
So, Lynch, thank you. Segue. Lynch has said he has zero interest in seeing the new movie, but we did. We wanted to see it. Mm-hmm. Lynch is too emotionally scarred by his Dune experience to go see the new one. He's missing out a little bit.
Yes.
Now, a lot of people are calling Dune 2021 like movie of the year for them. Is it movie of the year for you? Now, obviously, the year's not over. You haven't seen that many new movies.
No, admittedly, like, it's hard to beat Kitty Mamas. It's very
hard to beat Kitty Mamas.
It's hard to beat Kitty Mamas.
Is Kitty Mamas better than Dune 2021 for you?
I might have to sit on that for a little bit.
It's really debatable. You might have to milk that cat a little bit.
I need to milk this cat a little bit.
There's no cat milking in the Villeneuve version, so it's obviously inferior.
Yes.
For me, it's not movie of the year. That actually would be currently The Last Duel, which I hyped up a little bit earlier. It's like my number 11, which I know sounds kind of like low, but I'm actually trying to watch a lot of new movies this year, and I got like 120 of them watched. So I'm working my way toward 200 hopefully by the end of the year, which I don't think is mathematically going to happen. But for me, as someone who normally didn't watch a lot of movies, that's a lot for me.
Yes.
For me, maybe you're more than me, maybe you're less. But
maybe I am more than you.
What I will say is that I think it's very good at some things. And I think there are some elements where I'm going to be honest and say that I think Lynch did some things better. I don't think either of these two movies is the perfect version. I haven't read Dune like the professor has, so I can't say, which is the, better adaptation. I'll ask him that in a second. But I just will say that for me, neither of these movies did everything I would want the perfect Dune film to be by what I think that would look like. I think you would need a fusion of both. Mm-hmm. Why I say that is because the Villeneuve version, it's very long, but it only covers what they call part 1. There is a part 2 officially greenlit now. It is going to get a sequel.
Yeah, it's officially greenlit now?
Unless something crazy happens in the future, it has been announced as of recording today. Today it got announced. Today o'clock.
Which is a bit wild because just imagine I imagine that this might just be a way to just assure people
considering what happened to the first Dune, they had to make sure this thing can make money. And Villeneuve, he didn't have commercial success that much with Blade Runner 2049, which was his previous films. You had a director who has a history of not making too much money in his movies versus what they cost, combined with an IP that previously bombed. So I get why they'd be hesitant.
Now, mind you, was there any sort of advertising? I avoid advertisement just because I want to go in blind as possible. You know how I like to experience film. Was part 1 ever implied?
I don't think so.
So,
in most of the promotional images I was seeing, it was not clarified, but, it wasn't, a secret. They would make clear that it wasn't the whole movie, in interviews and stuff. But I don't think on, I don't remember seeing it in trailers, and I don't remember seeing it in promotional art. It might have been in some, but it was definitely not emphasized.
Very well. So, I'm going forward with this in context of unless I'm shown and proven wrong, that the common folk that would check it out and not deep dive into it, the people who end up...
think they're seeing a complete movie.
Yeah. Go in, see part
And
one.
it shows part one right at the beginning on the title card, but
Yeah.
if you didn't know going in, you didn't get the full movie.
I was almost like afraid for a moment, like thinking I would be late for work because it's like, wait, part one? Wait a second. Does that mean part two is going to play right after it?
No.
Does that mean I have to be here for another 3 hours?
So
Did we actually go into the 12-hour marathon?
Jodorowsky's Dune, baby.
Jodorowsky.
It's here.
But it was I, Jodorowsky.
This whole time it was a JoJo reference, wasn't it? Anyway, so yeah, it's longer than Lynch's film, but it covers much less of the territory. It ends up leaving off, what would you say, about like...
Going up
It's more than halfway through Lynch's version, but not much more.
Yeah, it's about halfway through Lynch's version. I don't recall how far through the book necessarily. I'm just going to assume close to about that halfway mark, because this is the point in which Paul makes the transition more into the Fremen end.
So, like, the thing that I think this movie has going for it over Lynch's version, and I think we're on the same page. We haven't actually talked about this movie yet, our opinions. This is our first time hearing each other's thoughts.
Yep.
Well, unless you read my review, I did send you that.
I did not.
Perfect. It remains secret then.
By the way, you just brought up your review. Do you want us to, like, say, hey?
Oh, I do Letterboxd reviews. If you want follow me on Letterboxd, I go by Kalil on there, like I call myself here.
Letterboxd D, as in
the place to find reviews. It's a really good app if you're into movies. Anyway, going back to what we're talking about over here, I think that the major advantage it has over the original is that it's coherent. I think that this thing, I think that
it's something you can follow along
if you bring
to.
someone in who knows nothing about Dune and they watch it, I would give you a very high rate of success that they will know what's happening.
Like
sounds like a basic thing, but considering how tremendously the 84 version, the Lynch version fails at this, it is so like night and day that this movie actually makes sense.
The way that you're saying this is like saying, like, you know, guys, it's much easier to navigate through the maze when you take the blindfold off.
It really is, but this movie is not hard to understand.
No,
it is not. It is not. And it doesn't get bogged down in a lot of the smaller details.
No, instead, we actually get more individual character moments. I think that, like, the conversations between Paul and his father are very intimate, and it seems that there is still a show of dynamic. Duncan Idaho.
Yes, that's the biggest improvement.
He's been Duncan Idaho'd.
Jason Momoa is Duncan Idaho in this, and he's gone from being like, who is this? To being like, I would argue, like third or fourth most memorable character. And
I can see on some people's list being the most memorable character.
On that note, I think the other characters kind of felt like Dr. Yue, I barely like remember from this version compared to the other one.
I think that as far as this version, I did prefer like the new version, mainly because Dr. Yue is someone more subtle and off to the side.
Yes, I get where you're coming from with
like,
that.
There's actually like context to like his overall thoughts and actions that are more than him crying in a cupboard. It is just more him actually like showing that he's got a connection with Lady Jessica, that like she's letting him into these functions, and the way that he's even like pauses nearby Paul. At one point in the film where he's just like there's almost like an ounce of regret that sort of comes across him, and you can only see that in really retrospect if you're new to it. I think that it does an excellent job handling character motivations and the reason behind character actions.
It's just that if I was watching this, having never watched the Lynch version or read the book, I would be not really remembering or caring who Dr. Yue is. Like, he just doesn't leave an impression.
Okay.
So I find the subtlety makes him less memorable for me, whereas the Dr. Yue in the Lynch version, I knew who he was. I could follow his separate character arc.
I see where you're coming from, and I think that from my perspective that I didn't feel that way.
And I think both of our perspectives have a logic to them.
Yes.
So story-wise, like, it's much clearer. Duncan's much more of a character. It's
Everyone
simplified.
is.
Most people are more of a character.
Like, did you know that Gurney had more than one emotion?
Gurney had more than one emotion.
He doesn't have a gurney?
He doesn't have
or
a gurney.
Or a pug?
Yeah.
There's no pugs in
That's
this.
a definite negative, right? But what I will say, I think the Lynch version does better, and this is, again, maybe a point of contention. I missed watching the new Dune. I missed the color. I missed the diversity. I missed going from scene to scene, being wowed at a new world. In the new Dune, I hope you like deserts. I hope you like
The desert
very
planet?
very desaturated color palettes. You compare like the Harkonnen situation in Dune, it's like very dark, stark black and white grays. There's very little color. To the Harkonnens' Britney Spears Toxic style in David Lynch's version. I get what they're both going for. The thing with the spider with the hands, great.
Yes.
And I'll talk about that maybe more in a moment here, that I wish there was more stuff like that. But generally speaking, this movie is like 2 hours and a half or 2 hours and 40 minutes with almost entirely the same looking environments. And it doesn't have the creativity and imagination that Lynch's version had. You can argue Lynch, when he did weird things, it got like dumb, but is nothing really that, there's very few experimental moments on par with what Lynch was doing. There's some great sense of scale in this movie. There are some great costumes and visual tricks, but I don't get this sense of a madman going wild with his like paintbrush the way that I get with Lynch.
Yes.
And one thing I'll highlight, we don't get the alien. We don't get the weird morphed Spice Guild person. And I understand the Emperor isn't shown in this version, so I get why we don't see it. But like, that's one of the first things we see in Lynch's Dune, and we don't get anything that wild. The closest we get is Hand Spider, and it's a kind of subtle thing.
I disagree, because the grandfather, or rather the large worm creature, definitely gets an enhancement inside of this film as far as these strange otherworldly creatures.
The butthole?
The butthole, if you want to call it,
There's a lot of people who think that the new Dune worms look like anuses.
Well, I think that these anuses are beautiful. I think that
if you agree, listener, that these anuses are beautiful, you can tweet at us at Snake Eye Dreams 1.
I love how I timed that at the same time you were drinking water actively.
It was good. It was good.
It almost ruined my microphone.
It's okay. I think it was worth it.
But yes, I genuinely do think that the designs of like these otherworldly large creatures are done fantastic, in which there was barely any points that my belief of them existing in the space was ever gone. I was fully engaged with any sort of moment with them in it, just because I felt like, even though I read the initial story, I had no clue where they might have gone with it. That's how engaging some of those worm-like moments were. Not to mention, I think that I do agree with the overall sentiment that things are less colorful and there's less exploration. We're mainly on Arrakis, and I think for the general mood of this sense of loss and this large change in Paul's life, I'm okay with that. I think that having this bleaker story amongst bleak circumstances
I think
works.
it makes sense. It makes narrative, thematic sense. It's a lot more unified as a story. The problem comes in, even while I acknowledge that, it's a long movie of the very similar environments, and I think that everything is so thematically considered in this movie, even the differences between Paul. I mean, Timothée Chalamet is Paul in the new version, and I really liked it. I actually really liked his performance, in the sense of, I think it's going for a much more like angsty, kind of quieter Paul than the giddy, kind of curious Paul we get in Lynch's version. And both, weirdly enough, you kind of commented on Lynch's version, McLaughlin feeling kind of plastic. People have also complained about Chalamet's acting, and I think that both characters end up maybe the acting seeming bad because the character they're playing is kind of weird. Like Paul in both versions, he kind of just is a prophecy figure where things happen to him more than he does things. But I do think that it's cool to see the different interpretation of Paul here. I don't think he feels as human and loving and almost like curious the way that McLaughlin's does. This one's colder, less passionate, less personable. But along with that, it's easier to see the darker sides of this character more. There's some moments in there when he starts using the voice, he can be much more of a menacing figure. I like that change. I think it's cool to see both versions of it. I just, for how long this movie is, I miss variety. And that brings another point too, is I do think this movie's too long. And this is hard because pacing in general, it's so subjective. I think that this movie could have shaved off 20 minutes, made just as much sense, and had pretty much the same impact. But there's a lot of moments that are just extended for the atmosphere. And a lot of times I think it's successful. But I think for rewatchability, for enjoyment of it, it is draining. I felt those last 20 minutes.
Yeah.
And I'm someone who can sit through 2001: A Space Odyssey and love every moment of it. So I have no problem with a 3-hour movie. I can do those movies. I just feel like sometimes when a movie is very atmospheric and art housey, the way that Villeneuve is kind of doing here, it lets people sometimes let it off the hook when it gets indulgent. And I think at a certain point, subjectively, it went from being grand and epic to being a little indulgent in how long it was. I don't think it needed the full runtime for the story it's telling, considering it is only telling half of what Lynch told. I think a 2-hour, 10-minute cut of this would have been possible. I think a 2-hour, 20-minute cut would have been this possible. And I think it would have been as effective, if not more, for me in that format. It still would have felt grand and epic. It still would have taken me to a specific vision that Villeneuve had, but it wouldn't have kind of dragged it out at the end. There were moments where I kept waiting for the movie to end because I was like, oh, well, that's a good spot to end it at this part in the story. Oh, no, we're still going. Oh, well, this would be a good spot to end it right here. I can end on a good, oh, no, we're still going. And that's not a good thing to feel when you're watching a movie.
Why did you want to end it every time Duncan, Idaho was on screen?
I mean, Duncan, Idaho ended and the movie kept going is the thing. So few questions, and then again, we can answer these quickly. Which movie did we like better, Lynch's 1984 or 2021?
2021.
By how much?
So this is where the example comes in. Like, I do feel that this film does not follow everything similar to, say, for example, how things were followed in the book initially. But what was kept within the film was the overall spirit of the film on what it means to try to carry on a torch, if you will, even if it is not exactly the best or healthiest torch to take along with you. When it is fully about Paul's journey as he's trying to move along and try to figure out everything for himself as he is coming to terms with what's happened to him with just simply his birthright. I feel that even with like larger changes, like say for example, Kynes having the gender change on the character was still perfectly fine. Like there was no issue with it whatsoever for even like a larger change like that.
I was confused at first who the character was. I'm like, I don't remember this character in the Lynch version.
I think the actress did brilliantly.
I think she's
role.
A better Kynes than the David Lynch one.
Yeah.
Both in the writing and in the acting.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
I think that with all of the changes that were done, there were some very smart changes throughout. And I think that there were a lot that did for the better, that did meet with what felt like Dune. And in the end, it does feel a bit long at times, but I suppose getting lost in those long moments while characters are working things out for themselves was one of the appeals of the book for me. So I think that works out very nicely. In fact, I told you before that I wanted to know how they would even work out things such as like personal thought processes, because thinking and playing this mental game is a big part of the book. And what do? For the majority of it, absolutely nothing. They more so just let the characters like try to figure out on their own, and you actively watch them try to work things out on their own, making decisions for themselves and just like struggling, if you will, at various points. Sometimes whenever like analyzing a situation, we instead get shown various Chekhov's guns. Like say, for example, Paul actually doing research and showing that his overall intellect and curiosity is something very powerful with him. Something that, again, was not present before in any of the written material, but works very well for the character and works very well for the audience, especially the attentive audience, to, say, for example, return to the worm walk. So, yeah. No, I think that despite like sharp changes, it still keeps the spirit of Dune very well. And I think that it is very well accomplished at being an adaptation.
So, and that was going to be part of my next question, is which one adapted the book better? I think you just answered that.
Yeah, I win.
Okay. Would you say it's faithful?
Faithful.
Would you use that word?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. I can't answer for the book one, but I can answer for which movie I like better. I did like the 2021 movie more. I did. But for me, it's not as major of a difference. I would give regular decaf Dune, David Lynch 1984 Dune, I'd give it a 6 out of 10. I would give Dune 2021 a 7 out of 10. So it is better. I do like it better because as a movie, structurally, it makes sense. That's a pretty big difference. I do, just clarification. So I like Villeneuve as a director. I mentioned, I think, in the last pod, but I have seen, first I think the movie I saw by him was Enemy or Arrival. I can't remember which one I saw first. And then I've seen Blade Runner 2049, and then I saw Sicario. Not as big of a fan of Sicario. That's just because it's not my kind of movie as much. But I do like what he's done with sci-fi and what he's willing to do when he gets a little weird with things. So I was disappointed a bit with Dune because I knew I was going to go in looking forward to it because not only was I curious how Dune would be adapted, but also because I'm a fan of the director from his other films. And I have to say, as far as Villeneuve goes, it's probably not one of my favorites of the ones I've seen because I think that Arrival gripped me more with its themes and I thought it was more unique in its ideas. I think that Blade Runner 2049 is an interesting comparison because Blade Runner 2049 was a sequel to Blade Runner, Ridley Scott, and it was interesting to see him make a sequel to a movie that is so like cult classic, beloved, and had an open ending, and he had to respond to that, and I think he made a movie that's just as good as the original, if not better. That's a hard thing to do, and I really think that Blade Runner 2049 managed to be a Hollywood-level spectacle, like great, high budget, high effects, everything like that. It belongs in Hollywood theater environment, but also actually have some really compelling, challenging ideas and motifs and artistry behind it. It, to me, felt like a perfect fusion. And then on the other end of it, on the more, if you're willing to go the more surreal art house side, I really liked how Enemy was, in fact, I would say more Lynchian than other things he's been involved in. Enemy is super abstract, super dark, super weird. So when I got to Dune 2021, it was just, I expected a bit more. I expected more with its themes and with its writing. I feel like he played it so safe because he didn't want to confuse people, especially after how Dune 1984 was received. But I think in doing it and playing so safe, he didn't really say very much. He didn't raise challenging questions or challenging ideas or get me thinking about anything much. And I also don't think he really impressed me with any cool concepts. You know, I've heard criticisms of like Arrival being a little heavy-handed, and I can understand that. But I just didn't get any sort of deeper anything in Dune that I feel like there's potential for that. So I, as a Villeneuve fan, this is, you know, I like it a little more. I like it more than Sicario, but it's not in my top 3 for this director. And so I have to consider that in where I stand with it. I still think it's a good movie, though. I still think it's a good movie, and I still think, again, it's a good movie for the theaters.
Excellent.
I think that about wraps up most of what I had for questions on 21 versus 84. Any other final thoughts on Dune 2021 or its comparison to Lynch film?
Not that I can think of at the moment. Overall, I'm very thankful that I got a chance with this film, especially since David Lynch did get a chance to touch it and we can actually talk about it on the podcast. And honestly, I'm just excited for any opportunity that we're able to talk about those sweet, like not Dune specifically, but sweet, sweet books. Sweet, sweet books times is sweet, sweet fun times.
One last thing I did just think of. A great sadness had occurred within me when I watched the new Dune 2021 because Peter, best boy Peter, you know, in the original, he had the best eyebrows in the business, best eyebrows in the game. And the actor who played Peter in the new one, I actually like him quite a bit. And I'm not sure I'm saying his name right, but David Dalsmaustian.
Okay.
He plays a lot of like oddball characters in TV shows and movies, and I thought he did a really good job in this. But you know what they did?
What?
You know what they did, my poor boy?
What did
he had like no eyebrows.
That's
Instead of giving him bushy, big eyebrows, they de-eyebrowed the man and toned him down.
He eyebrow.
And it's so sad. It's not David's fault. It's not David's fault. It's not Mr. Dalmatian's fault. It's not his fault. But what they did to my poor boy in his eyebrows, unforgivable. It was such a sadness. I felt a wind in the air, and the wind told me there are no eyebrows. So I went over to the burger shop, and I said, Angelo Badalamenti, get me a burger with extra eyebrows. And Angelo Badalamenti played me Laura Palmer's theme. And when I heard Laura Palmer's theme, I thought of Kyle MacLachlan. I thought of Kyle MacLachlan. I smelled mango. And I smelled mango, and it made me smile.
Thanks for what we told you about getting near the moss. Get out of there.
I need the spice in my life. I need the worm in my heart. That's a heartworm, isn't it? I just said David Lynch wanted a heartworm.